If you are interested, you can go to YouTube where I have narrated the whole story. I was given that Ganesha as a gift and I was so curious and busy with playing with the deity. And then in Indian village we have a habit, all the family elders will give coins on the birthday as a gift to the kids. So I was sitting and playing with my Ganesha and all the family elders came. I am supposed to bow down to them. It's a tradition. So I touch their feet and they will give money. A lot of money got collected. Must be some 70, 80 rupees. In those days it's a big money. And for a kid it's a too big money. And it was too much of coins and notes, so my father helped me to pack the whole thing in a hand key. So I looked at him and asked, what should I do with this? He said, you can buy whatever you want. I said, I don't need anything. I only wanted this Ganesha. You already gave it to me. I don't need anything. He said, then you can give it to anybody you want. So I just called all my cousins, brothers, everyone was playing. I grew up in a large joint family. 27 of us grew up together. So it's almost like a one school, small school. So all of them are playing. I called in my loud voice, hey, anybody wants, come and take this money. I don't want it. So 4 or 5 kids were running and my elder brother ran fast and took the whole thing, whole hand key. My father told me to tell my elder brother to share everyone, to share with all. I said, I have decided I don't want. And I said, whoever wants, take it. So he took it. How can I interfere in this after that? It's up to him. I will not even interfere, giving any further instruction to how they should share or who should share and all that. I said, I don't want. That's my first relationship with money. I still see very clearly that's the same relationship. Still, I don't touch money. I don't handle. Never felt the need. Anyhow, I am not saying this should be your pattern or this should be your... I am just giving you an example how I started relating with. So now dig out how you started relating with money. That was actually my completion with money. I touched first time money only to give dana. Still I am doing the same thing. Still I touch money only to give dana. How you cognized money, wealth, what all your perceptions and beliefs and cognitions about money. Let's dig out. Let's get them out first. The moment you remember money, does it bring tremendous pain, suffering, impossibility, all that in you? What is the emotion or energy it invokes in you? So put your pen to paper and just keep writing whatever comes to your mind. If you feel tortured, irritated, the moment you think of money, whatever you think, money is difficult, money is impossible, money is, unless you cheat, you can't get the money. Even if you cheat it, somebody will cheat from you. So much goes on inside you about money. Your incompletions with money. Just spend few minutes and let's dig out all the incompletions, mental patterns we have, perceptions, beliefs and cognitions we have about money. Listen, the first step we need to do now, cleaning up, completing these mental thought patterns, the incompletion patterns related to wealth, and stopping them from recurring. Please understand, biggest problem is when you do not recognize something as a pattern, it continues to exist in you and recur. Please understand. Recurring, for example, today you remember, yes, I have a lot of incompletions and patterns. Incompletion means, let me define. Your past sitting in your present, not letting you live your future, is incompletion. It has no logic. Because you lost love of somebody, you decide never to love again. It has no logic. Tons of negative decisions, cognitions you make about life is incompletion. I'll give you one small example. 8-year-old kid is in the classroom. Teacher asks, who is the first Prime Minister of India? The kid jumps on the bench and shouts, Mahatma Gandhi. Naturally, the whole class laughs. Because Mahatma Gandhi is not, neither is Mahatma nor is first Prime Minister. Okay, let's leave it. When the whole class laughs, she decides never to come in the front, jump up and be active. Even after 50 years, if she becomes a CEO of a company, in the team meeting, she will be telling her ideas to somebody else and somebody else will be presenting. Even if she is the head of the meeting, she will continue to suffer the decision she made at the age of 8. How many of you see this is happening even in your life in some form? That is what I call incompletion. Understand, there is a very powerful science by Sadashiva in Agama. Sadashiva is the first Guru, Adi Guru. He explains in Agama, of course, the moment I utter this word, many will have many questions. What? Sadashiva? He was supposed to be God. Was he Guru? Let me be very clear. He is the pure consciousness beyond time and space, but he also assumed form within the time and space. The formless came in form many times and taught the great spiritual truths to the world. We should not even use the word was. Is the right word. He gives a beautiful science of completing with this incompletion patterns, known, unknown. Understand, if you know the reason for certain pattern, it is called known pattern. If you don't know, it is unknown pattern. Sometimes you will have a heaviness, suffocation, but you don't even know why. That is unknown pattern. Sometimes you know why you are going through what you are going through. That is known pattern. Known or unknown, you can complete. You can be out of it. It is possible. It is possible. I'll explain the science of completion. Understand, this one technique can help you whether you want to get rid of your headache or your whole ignorance and get into enlightenment. Whether you want as simple as healing your headache or as complicated as enlightenment. Anything, this one technique can give you. This one technique, it is a complete end-to-end, alpha to omega. It's from Sadashiva directly. In the Agama, 94th verse, 22nd technique. The chapter is called Shivajnanopanishad and also called as Vijnana Bhairava. Chittat yanta kritir nasti mamantar bhavayet iti vigalpanam abhavena vigalpair uchito bhavet. You don't have to remember. I am uttering every time so that I will remember. That's all. No, it is just to keep the purity of the teaching. I want all of you to know, whatever I am sharing with you is my personal enlightenment experience, which is in tune with the earlier master's experience. My Apta Pramana, my Atma Pramana in tune with the Apta Pramana, means the earlier masters. The Shastra Pramana. Only that can become your Sakshi Pramana. Never learn from a person who does not have Atma Pramana, enlightenment. He will be only Pandit, repeating. Same way, never learn from a person who claims, yes, enlightenment, but does not keep his experience in tune with the Shastra Pramana and shares with you. It's always dangerous. Maybe it must have been good for him, but we don't know whether it is good for all of you. The Atma Pramana should always be acid washed with Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana. Only that can become Sakshi Pramana, experiential reality for you. Never learn from anybody who has only knowledge, not experience. Same way, never learn from somebody who claims having only experience and does not connect, purify, make it in tune with the Shastra and presents it to you. There is always a danger. If you don't bother about the Shastra Pramana, you may be having kakka biryani. Be careful. Listen. To keep the purity of the teachings, I keep the original Sanskrit verses. I'll give you the translation now. Consciously feel within the mind stuff of past memories of incompletion, with its activities as mind, intellect and ego not existing in me. By contemplating this way in your inner space, disidentify from the past impressions and memories of completion. Put your active attention at the space of past happening. Relive these imagined impressions and memories of incompletion. Then the mind stop having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions, is complete. Thus you become complete and achieve the original space of complete completion. Listen, now I will explain. I have read out the translation. I will explain what to do. Now you wrote many of the patterns, incompletions, thought currents you are having about money, ideas, cognitions you developed about money from the young age. Do only one thing. Just go back to that same age when the incidents happened in you, the cognition started building in you, the beliefs started building in you, the idea started building in you, the perception started building in you. Relive the same situation. I am not asking you just remember. Remembering means, for example, something happened at the age of 7 which is still hurting you about money. You asked 1 rupee from your uncle and he did not give, but he gave it to his son. It's still sitting and hurting. If now you are 47, this happened 7. You being 47-year-old person and remembering what happened at the age of 7 is remembering. Forget you are 47. Forget who you are now. You may be having millions. Just become that 7-year-old who asked and did not receive. For you, that 1 rupee must have been almost life. I have seen people, they develop even wheezing when they were not given as simple as a chocolate or an ice cream by their friend or family or brother. I have seen. Because for a child, it may be life. Just go back, forget who you are now. Become that person. When that incident happened, relive. Just see what has happened at that time. You will see many of the unknown, suppressed emotions will break. And I tell you, many diseases will be healed. I have seen people walking out of tumors, cancers, asthma, wheezing, just by completion. Because many of your diseases have their roots in some of the incompletions of the past. When you relive, many pain parts in you breaks. Pain bodies collapse. The pain patterns melt down, which completes many other issues which you don't even remember. I have seen when people do completion, to complete the wealth-related incompletions, suddenly they get into health, because the same incompletions which created wealth issues only were creating health issues. When they melt down, people become free even from both. Listen carefully. I'll repeat once more. Now you would have written so many patterns, incompletions, thought currents, ideas, cognitions. Take few minutes. Go back to each incident, each pain, each hurting. Relive. 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 Don't justify what happened. Don't try to console yourself. No consolation will work. No justification will work. Neither help others nor try to help yourself. Just relive. I've seen when somebody has tears, others try to console. No, relax. You are not more compassionate than me. Let me do that job. You don't interfere in my job. Let you just go through. Even you don't try to console yourself. That is not going to work. If something has to break inside, let it break. It's okay. When you relive, the powerlessness, incompletion, loses power over you. I'll guide you step by step. And I commit with you, I'll lead you all to completion. And I know how to awaken, trigger the incompletions in you and break them. Help you to relive and relieve. I am supporting all of you. Have courage. Let's clean up.
Nithyananda? Yes. Now we're entering, after having imbibed the beautiful, powerful cognitions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, now we're going to imbibe the powerful cognitions further, internalize and do exercises related to how we can imbibe and really make these powerful cognitions into our reality. So I request the NTV volunteers to project the slides for the exercise for wealth manifestation. We'll be continuing on from the same place. Yes, so let's start. The first step is to clean up the incompletions and the patterns that you carry about wealth and create a right space, a powerful magnetic energy center inside of you to attract wealth, situations, and people that support you to create wealth, like a magnetic energy center for manifesting wealth the way that you want. Now, let's take 5 minutes, dig out all the incompletions that you have about money. Keep writing whatever comes to your mind. And the moment you remember money, does it bring tremendous suffering inside of you, or pain, impossibility, all that in you? What is the emotion or energy it invokes in you? The moment you think of money, whatever you feel and think, money is difficult, money is impossible, or if you think that unless you cheat, you can't get money, even if you cheat somebody, somebody else will cheat from you. So much goes on inside of you about money. And you have so many incompletions about money. So just spend a few minutes now and let's dig out all the incompletions, beliefs, mental patterns, everything we have, and perceptions, the cognitions that we have about money. So let's take 5 minutes now. We can stay on this slide for the next 5 minutes. And everyone can refer to the instructions on the slide right now. If you are joining with us, we're doing a short exercise on wealth manifestation. So let's take 5 minutes, write down all the incompletions that you have about money. And even if you think that you are done, keep writing, keep going, and making sure that everything is written down on the piece of paper in front of you. So take 5 minutes now and let us start.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Once again, reminding all the participants, continue to do this exercise extremely sincerely. Make sure that you're writing continuously about all of the incompletions that you have about money. Anything that goes on in you, the first reaction that you have, the first thoughts that you have when you think about money. Is it a huge responsibility? Is it a burden? Is it feeling like an impossibility inside of you? Pen down all of that and be honest with yourself. Be sincere in this exercise, because as we go further, we will be unfolding and unlocking the secrets to wealth consciousness. So just the sincerity in doing these intra-analysis exercises will be able to make new, beautiful cognitions manifest inside of you and your reality.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So understand that the moment you think of money, whatever you feel and you think, if you think that money is difficult, money is impossible, money is that unless you cheat, you can't get money, or even if you cheat from somebody, somebody will cheat from you. So much goes on inside of you. So take a few minutes right now and pen down. Dig out all the incompletions, beliefs, mental patterns we have, perceptions, beliefs, and cognitions you have about money.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, we're almost done. Take the next 2 minutes to wrap up all the incompletions that you have about money. We have 2 minutes more of this first exercise, the first step in this exercise for wealth manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
We have 1 more minute. Take the last 1 minute of this 5 minutes and make sure that you have all of your incompletions about money, wealth, penned down in a piece of paper in front of you. Yes.
I bless you all. Let you all.
Now let's wrap
all
up
your 3 eyes.
writing down whatever you had about the incompletions
Powers
inside of you.
Mahasadashi.
Let's move on to the next step.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So now, each belief or cognition starts from a particular incident. Identify the incidents when the wrong or incomplete beliefs about wealth started forming inside of you. So every single belief that you wrote down, such as money is impossible, money is a huge responsibility, is a huge burden, every single thing started inside of you at a certain time in your life. Perhaps you were just a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and you heard the arguments your father and your mother were having about money, and that made a deep incompletion inside of you that money creates conflicts. So like this, many of us have different kinds of incompletions, and they're all sourced with incidents from our past. So now what we're going to do is a very powerful process to relive and relieve. We're going to complete those incompletions. We're going to go back to that same age when the incident happened and when the idea or belief perception started building inside of you. The next slide, please. Yes, so first let us relive and relieve. Take 5 minutes right now. We'll go back to the last slide. Yeah, thank you. Whatever you have penned down in front of you, for each one, identify the incident which caused or was the start of this cognition or this wrong belief of wealth inside of you. Identify this incident and then relive and relieve it. Visualize yourself as a 5-year-old, as a 6-year-old, and relive the whole incident. What happened? What were your emotions? Really go back to that past self and take the form of your past self. Feel everything that you're feeling, and slowly you'll see how that emotion that is tied to that incident slowly goes away, and you're able to have new cognitions about wealth. You're able to replace the old cognitions about you. In this process, what happens is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself was revealing today in today's live satsang. When the emotion tied to a certain incident is let go, when that emotion drops, it'll just become like a joke inside of you. You will feel so funny, you'll feel like, oh, it's just a play that's going on. And the burden, the pain that is associated with that incident will not be there. So this is a very powerful process. For the next 5 minutes, starting now, we will relive and relieve all of the incidents that we write down.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, we have 1 more minute. Sincerely do this process. Relive and relieve all the incidents from your past. Get ready to have a completely empty, restful inner space inside of you. As sincerely as possible, as deeply as possible, relive and relieve all the incidents, the root causes of all your incompletions. Okay, now let's move on to the next step. The second step is to consciously decide what you want to manifest in the next 3 months in your life in the wealth dimension. The next slide, please. Yes. So now, this is a very exciting part of this exercise. Now, write clearly, what is your intention? What is it that you want to manifest in the next 3 months in the field of wealth? Whatever you think is wealth, what you may think more than money, currency, as a person, a wealth for your life or situations, as wealth for your life or for some being active. People feel extraordinary powers as well. So whatever you feel is wealth, maybe it's money for some, or for some even extraordinary powers. Whatever you feel, write it down and write it down in detail what you want to manifest. Whatever you consider as wealth you want to manifest, you will attract that in the next 3 months. Everything that you want to attract, please pen it down now. Take 5 minutes and let's Continue. Now take the last 2 minutes. Finish up writing everything that you want to manifest in the next 3 months. One more minute. Continue the exercise with the utmost sincerity. Write down the last of everything that you want to manifest in the next 3 months. Yes. Now, let's move on. Yes. So now let us understand the Guru's grace. After having completed this beautiful exercise, you will understand the next space, the reason why we need Guru in our life, why Diksha and Darshan of Guru is a beautiful process, and Diksha and Darshan, the Bhava Samadhi, is what will help us manifest whatever we want into reality. Now, with deep devotion and oneness with the Guru, you can complete all the binding cognitions on wealth and manifest life and with prosperity and abundance. Yes. Now, this scriptural reference or Shastra Pramana is from the Guru Gita from verse 26. The English translation goes, "The syllable Gu is darkness, and the syllable Ru is said to be light. There is no doubt that the Guru is indeed supreme, knowledge that swallows the darkness of ignorance." Next slide, please. Yes. And the next Pramana from the Guru Gita, Guru Murtim Smare Nitram, Guru Nama Sada Japet, Guror Agnyam Prakurvitta, Guror Nyaya Bhavayai. Always remember the Guru's form. Constantly repeat the divine name given by the Guru. Always follow the Guru's commands and think of nothing other than the Guru. The next slide, please. Yes. The next Shastra Pramana from the Sri Guru Gita. Sarva Papa Vishuddhatma Sri Guru Pada Sevanat Devi Brahmat Bhavedyatsmat Tvat Kripartham Vadami Te. Out of compassion for you, I shall tell you how the embodied soul becomes Brahman, having been purified for all sins by serving the feet of the Guru. The next slide, please. Yes. The Guru is not a Vyakti. He's not a person. As you might imagine, you might think, and you even might see, he is a Tattva, principle. He is simply a physical representation of the divine. In the Vedic tradition, the spiritual teacher, the Guru, is said to be even more important than God himself. God is always everywhere and anywhere, but it is the Guru who opens the disciples' eyes to the existence of God. And Guru is the doorway to one's own experience of the divine. Guru exists as embodiment in the manifest form of God, Paramashiva, and God, Paramashiva, is unmanifest form of Guru. God is the state of Guru, and Guru is the statement of God. Gurus are the manifest of the Paramashiva, and Paramashiva is the unmanifest existence of Guru. Guru Bhakti is the intense, pure, existential energy which can liberate you from all known and unknown unnecessary delusions. Now we're going to enter into a very exciting segment, the Venkateshwara readings. We'll be right back with you after a short break.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
From France. Dear Venkateshwara, for years there have been immense difficulties with my two sons. What to do so that peace is finally established? Gratitude, Lord Venkateshwara. The first question is from Ma Saralananda from France. Dear Venkateshwara, for years there have been many immense difficulties with my two sons. What to do so that peace is finally established? Gratitude, Lord Venkateshwara.
Love and blessings of Venkateshwara. Don't worry, he'll take care of them. Just tell them about the best parts of their life. They'll remember and heal. Blessings.
The next question is from Anne-Marie Cassou from France. Gratitude, Lord Venkateshwara, for your helpful answers. Should we get vaccinated with Pfizer or Moderna or not? Are these vaccines safe? I feel really tired these days. My body is hurting. I would really appreciate recuperating my younger body, which was so friendly and happy. I am also depressed, although Swamiji, you, the Devi Kalabhairava, keep raising us and protecting us. Thank you for your presence.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Take the guidelines from the medical professionals for your health. Blessings.
The next question is from Edson Montero from Cape Verde. Dear Venkateshwara, please protect me physically and spiritually and remove these unwanted neighbors from my life. Bless me with some money so that I can travel next month to USA with my passport visa before it expires. Also, as you told me to realign myself, I need to know if I have any sons born in 2005 and any sons born in 2015. Gratitude.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. You'll have all that you seek. Blessings.
The next question is from Parameshwari Krishnan from Malaysia. Bhagwan Venkateshwara, please heal my eldest daughter to be in completion and gain weight. Gratitude, Bhagwan.
Love and blessings to her. Give her the traditional Raja Bhojana. Pay careful attention to her health. Blessings of Venkateshwara.
The next question is from Parameshwari from Malaysia. Bhagwan Venkateshwara, what is my son's future? Please guide him and give him clarity.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Show him the Darshan and the satsangs of Swamiji. Swamiji himself will play a big role in his life. Blessings.
The next question is from Manitya Mahagovinda Rupini Ananda from Germany. Dear Lord Venkateshwara, please accept the offering I made to Niluvathopadi a few weeks ago as a way of expressing my devotion and gratitude for your being in my life. Please bless me with manifesting yourself, your powers, state, space, being, and consciousness in me and through me. Please reveal to me what is the best to add or remove from my life and spiritual routine to experience enlightenment, fulfillment, peace, and ahimsa as quickly as possible, and help me convince myself to align to it and manifest to it. Deep gratitude.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Bring collective integrity into your life. See where collective integrity will give more and more healing and completion in your life. Work on the words of Swamiji in you. Blessings.
The next question is from Utpal Thakkar from United States. Dear Lord Venkateshwara, humble pranams. How can I cure my anxiety and HDHD? Thank you.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Start working and serving others in your life. All your internal problems will become redundant. Think for others and manifest their reality. Blessings.
The next question is from Vijaya Ramaya from Malaysia. Bhagwan Venkateshwara, healing and blessing me with conscious health, with yogic body, long life, and living in with space with collective integrity, deep connection with ultimate conscious being, responsibility, space, enriching and causing, happening in the satsang and Kailasa, manifesting all powers with powerful cognitions, liberating from patterns and enlightenment.
Love and blessings of Venkateshwara. You will have all that you seek. Blessings.
The next question is from Sarah Samuels from United States. Beloved Venkateshwara, I looked into your eyes and felt profound unconditional compassion. My family and I have struggled greatly with anger and violence for a long time. Please help me to understand how to drop the anger and move into compassion. How do I heal and become more like you? Thank you.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Blessings to your family. Work with them and do the completion process with them and bring collective integrity. Have them listen to the satsangs of Swamiji. Blessings.
The next question is from Vani Narayanan from United States. Dear Lord Venkateshwara, please let me know when or how I will manifest wealth. Thank you for your blessings.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Start serving others in your life. If there are not many, have hundreds of people that you know. Increase continuously the number of people that are there in your life. Expand your consciousness and accommodate all of these people in your inner space and give them the love of Swamiji, the teachings of Swamiji, the attention that Swamiji gives, all of that. Give them. This way, you will attract tremendous compassion and you will build Kailasa and you will have and be showered with tremendous wealth. Blessings.
The next question is from Evelyn Telchit from Guadeloupe. Lord Venkateshwara, I want you to download in me the philosophy of Shaivism Tantra. I want to practice it and transmit it with the cultural tools of my community.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Start immediately practicing the techniques in the Shiva Sutras. You'll have profound experience. Follow the collective integrity that Swamiji is teaching, and you'll have a way to share this experience with your community. Blessings.
The next question is from Tara Thomaso from Guadeloupe. Lord Venkateshwara, I want you to free me from all my karmas and erroneous memories.
Blessings of Venkateshwara. Offer the Pratyakshapada Puja and all of your karmas at the feet of Swamiji during the Guru Purnima. Blessings.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda?
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om
Welcome back to all the viewers after that really profound Venkateshwara reading. Yes. Now we'll enter into the next segment as we're starting to get closer and closer to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagwan Venkateshwara. Yes, and we're going to be understanding the offerings of Bhagwan Sri Venkateshwara that each and every one of you can offer today. The next slide, please. Yes, the first offering which we have today is Nilavu Dopadi. There is a beautiful tradition in the Tirumala Tirupati temple called Nilavu Dopadi, where devotees of Bhagwan Venkateshwara offer whatever they have, money, gold, jewels, etc., in the hundi as an offering of their incompletions and karmas at the feet of Venkateshwara. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this opportunity for all of the devotees across the world to be revealed from the Dopadi, as directly the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be gracing us in the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan and accepting our offerings and liberating us from the karmas and incompletions. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Now, first of all, let us understand what is the Niluvudopadi. Literally, the Niluvudopadi means snatching away. And it is a very ancient, very practiced culture and tradition in Tirumala Tirupati and all the devotees of Venkateshwara. And during this Niluvudopadi, it really means that Bhagavan Venkateshwara is going to snatch all away the karmas, incompletions, and all of anything that is standing in between whatever is making us manifest, whatever is stopping us from manifesting wealth, abundance, and prosperity. So what it really does, this beautiful tradition where Bhagavan Venkateshwara, we are praying to him to literally snatch away everything that is stopping us from experiencing Bhagavan Venkateshwara and the oneness in any aspect of our lives. So offering our jewels is representative of all of our karmas. And literally Bhagavan Venkateshwara snatches that away and we offer it at his feet. He snatches it away and relieves us from all the karmas which is stopping us from manifesting wealth and abundance and prosperity, love and compassion, and all the things that he represents in our life. So if you are stuck in any loans, or if you are continuously going from job to job, not having stability in employment, or if you are unable to manifest wealth, the wealth that you want in your life, to manifest your dreams, to manifest everything you want into reality. And if you are constantly unable to find a solution, find and save money in your bank or your household in order to find some kind of job security and find some kind of security in life, whatever money that you are earning is simply going away without you even spending or without your conscious efforts for it. And it's simply getting spent away. And also, if you feel or if you actually are constantly getting cheated with money and other people are somehow strategizing to take away your money, and if this is continuously happening and you face this several times, this Niluvudopadi offering is a way that you can break through all of these. Now understand that each and every one of these is some kind of karma that we are facing. For example, if you're not able to find a job, if you're not able to, and you're continuously going from job to job and you're not able to experience and have the kind of job security that you want, or find the job that you really want in your life that pays and that stabilizes your life, that really gives you the satisfaction of the purpose of doing the purpose of your life, then it is somewhere inside of each and every one of us where it is stopping that from manifesting into reality. There's some incompletion inside of us, some karmic cycle that we are continuously running into when we experience the wealth dimension in our lives. And this offering of the Niluvudopadi is a very traditional offering where we are offering directly to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting as Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara, and his energy is literally breaking through all of the karmas and removing exactly what we need to break through this karmic cycle and experience exactly what we want in our life, whether it is job security, whether it is abundant wealth, whether it is stability in your bank account and savings account, whether it is getting out of your loans. If you're feeling stuck in any of these places, understand that this is a very powerful, sacred solution from Sanatana Hindu Dharma that you can offer to the Nijavatar, the all-permeating, most powerful presence, incarnation of Paramashiva on planet Earth at the moment. And you will be able to see just within a few days how this breakthrough happens in your life. If you're not able to get out, if you're not able to work out any of these, this is the solution for you. There are so many ways that you might have tried before, but in this way, you can offer the Nilugu Dopadi and you will be able to manifest exactly what you want. So a couple of details about the offering to Venkateshwara. This Nilugu Dopadi offering is any amount which you wish to offer to Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara. It is the offering of any gold jewelry, precious gems, currency to Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Offering the Nilugu Dopadi removes all the karmas of all lifetimes, as by dropping the various attachments, we surrender ourselves at the feet of Bhagavan Venkateshwara. And here we have a link that is providing, the link is provided for the Venkateshwara offerings. So any of the offerings that we're going to be speaking about today, you can go to this link and offer. And also if you'd like to offer this Nilugu Dopadi, you will be able to do this. You'll be able to go to this link and follow this link to know more about it. Any cash offerings that you'd like to make can go to tiny.cc/BSD-Sevas-first-May, and you'll be able to get this offering. You'll be able to follow the next steps for making this offering in your life, manifesting this offering, and finding that deep oneness connection, establishing such a deep, prayerful connection to Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. Yes. Now, during one of the offerings to Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara is the Sankalpa offering. This offering is, it can be $1 even. And the Shastra Pramana here is written from the Venkateshwara Namavali, from the Padma Puranam. And the Sankalpa offering is just a $1 offering that you can make today. You can make it on, at the registration, following a registration form, or if you are on YouTube and you are a member of Kailasa's Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can make this offering on the super chat and make your donation at that point. So this is the Sankalpa offer. The next slide, please. This offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person who is offering with all the fruition of the desires and wishes that he is yearning for. Now, the next offering is the Swarna Ashtottara Kasu, meaning the pure gold coin with each one of the 108 names, sacred names of Sri Venkateshwara. So here we have all of the names of Venkateshwara, and it goes Om Sri Venkateshwaraya Namaha, Om Srinivasaya Namaha, Om Lakshmi Pataye Namaha, Om Anayunuyaya Namaha, Om Amrutamasane Namaha, Om Bhadavaya Namaha, Om Krishnaya Namaha, Om Sriharaya Namaha, Om Jnana Panjaraya Namaha, Om Srivatsavakshase Namaha. Like this, the Swara Ashtottara Namavali is chanted in your name, and it goes on to 108 names, and for each name, one gold coin is offered. This offering is for $75 USD, $151 USD, or $251 USD. You can choose which level of offering you would like to make. And in this offering, yes, we can go on to the next one. In this offering, the offering of the Swarna Ashtottara Kasu, it blesses every single one with the fruition of all of their desires and wishes. and the blessings of Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara. So as you can see, there was 108 names chanted for of Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara, and with each one gold coin is offered. This offering is once again 75 USD, 151 USD, or 251 USD. Now, the next offering is the Swarna Tulasi Patram, and this is, the cost is $600. And here, the Supreme Lord is costlessly merciful upon his devotee, so much so that even the poorest of men can offer him a little water and a flower in devotion and thus please him. This is due to his affectionate dealings with his devotees. Offer a tulasi with pure love to receive his grace forever. The next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is also $600. And here is one of the Pramanas, one of the translations, which says, if one offers to me with devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or even water, I delightfully partake of that article offered with love to me by my devotee in pure consciousness. Offer a gold flower to last eternally in oneness with the avatar. The next slide, please. Once again, if you'd like to make these offerings, you can go to the link provided. The next offering is the gold toe ring. The reference here is from the Lakshmi Narayana Samhita. The next slide, please. This offering is for 750 USD. The offering of Abharanas to Vishnu. The jingling anklets on the feet of Vishnu is the Abharana for the anklets, the toe rings on his feet and the bracelet on his arm, as well as the Abharana on his waist. So you can offer the toe ring for Venkateshwara up to receive the blessings for longevity in your life and have a prosperous life. We can go on to the next slide. Yes, so now we have the pramana for the Pratyakshapada Puja, the next level of offering. This offering, the pramana is from the Guru Gita verse. The English translation goes, I worship the Guru's 2 feet, which are within the reach of the speech, thought, and contemplation, and which have different lusters, white and red, representing Shiva and Shakti. The next slide, please. And you can offer this Pratyakshapada Puja to clear your karmas, to remove any obstacle in the path of your enlightenment, express gratitude, and strengthen your feeling connection with the Guru, manifest auspiciousness in all dimensions of life, health, wealth, and relationships. This Pratyakshapada Puja is a unique offering that you can make directly to the feet of the living incarnation of Paramashiva and directly to Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara, the embodiment who manifests Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara in this Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This offering is 1008 USD, and you can follow the link provided for this offering. Next slide, please. Yes. Now, the next offering is the Guru Dakshina, a tradition offer where you can offer any amount to the Guru. This is referenced from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 18. I'll now be chanting the English translation. When you are devoted and in oneness, the Guru gives the mantra. Therefore, one should offer wealth and even his very life within him with devotion. Yes, the next slide, please. So the next offering is the E-Hundi offering, a general donation that you can make. Any of these, if you'd like to make a donation at your capacity and wish for the prayers and blessings of Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara. The next slide, please. Yes, so now we've come to a conclusion of all of the offerings that are available for you to offer today. Now, here are a summary list of all the offerings. I can go through them. The E-Hundi offering, which is any amount that you'd like to make today. The Niluvudopadi, which is any jewelry that you want to make and offer. The Sankalpa chanting, that can be $1. The Swarna Ashtottara Kasu, which is the gold coin with 108 names. which can be offered in $75, $151, or $251. Then the next offering is the Swarna Tulasi Patra, the golden Tulasi leaf, which is $600. The Swarna Padma Pushpam, the gold lotus, which is also $600. The Metti, the toe ring, which is $750. The Pratyakshavada Puja, which is $1,008. And the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred dress, which is also $1,008. Now we have 3 different ways for you to begin your registration today. You can go to the registration form and fill out the details for the Sankalpa for all of the Abharanas. And the form is tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. The payment link that you would need to go to is tiny.cc/BSD Sevas-first May. And the payment details link for any $1 or multi-currency offering is tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. So make sure that you are going to these links. And first of all, please understand that even if you are not ready immediately to make these offerings, if you feel that you'd like to offer your gratitude and your Ishta Devata is Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara, your Guru is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you feel that this is perfect offering that you want to make, and this is one of the ways that you want to beautifully feel the gratitude for every single thing that how the Guru has manifested in your life, how Venkateshwara has manifested in your life, or manifest Venkateshwara and the wealth and abundance in your life. If you're feeling that you would like to do this, you want to, but you need help in manifesting, make sure that you also go ahead and fill out the registration form. There'll be options for you to seek help in manifesting this beautiful offerings for Bhagavan Venkateshwara. These are the links provided. And in the next step, I request the NTB volunteer to go to the link provided. We can go to the first link. Yes, it'll take a few minutes. I think we're just getting ready. If you want to manifest any of these offerings, make sure that you start the process today. Just by filling out this form, you can start the process and start manifesting this in your life. You'll see how just within a few days, a few weeks, just with your intensity and your intention to make this offering to Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara, you will manifest this offering before Guru Purnima. You'll be able to manifest how much ever you want, whatever you want, with simply the intention to make this offering towards your Guru and Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara himself. Today, during the Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara program, as far as we have come, we have gone through, we've understood the powerful cognitions of Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara. We've understood the sacred science of wealth consciousness. We have done the exercises associated with how to manifest wealth in our life, how to break the binding cognitions that we have and manifest all of the beautiful cognitions associated with wealth and abundance. And now, in order to deepen that, we have just gone through all of the offerings. In the next segments, we will be understanding how Bhava Samadhi Darshan really works and proceeding towards the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Before that, we'll just go through a quick walkthrough of how to make the payments for any of the offerings today. Yes, I request the volunteer to begin the screen share.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. So as you can see, this is the form that you can go to in order to fill out your details for offerings, making offerings during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Yes, we can go next. And these are just brief questions that we'll go over, and you can fill out your details for making the offering. And make sure that you select the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And then go further with the questions today. In this very simple 3-step form, the next way is to go through the Sankalpani, is to, after your payments, make sure that you fill out the details for your Sankalpa. So yes, okay. Yes, so in this you will fill out the payment details, and also you'll fill out your details so that your Sankalpa name and your different details are chanted during the offering to Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara today. So yes, and can we also go to the YouTube live link? Another way that you can make your offerings for the E-Hundi offering or the Sankalpa offering is through the Kailasa's Nithyananda YouTube channel on the super chat. So you can become a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and make sure that you go to the live video and you can make an offering on the super chat. You can go to the steps provided for making an offering, making any kind of donation in the E-Hundi offering, and this also will bestow the grace and blessings of Venkateshwara for you. Yes. So you can see that you'll be able to make an offering once you sign in to the chat, and make sure that then the options will show up for how you can make your offering today. So once you're on this link, you'll be able to see the links and the steps provided for the offerings. So now it has come time for each and every one of us to get prepared for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. In the next segment, we will be going through the details, how Bhava Samadhi Darshan works, what is the science behind it, and how literally you can manifest the deep oneness with Venkateshwara and manifest everything that you want in your life today. So we'll just be right back with all of the viewers after a very quick break and go on to the next segments in today's program.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda. Welcome back, dear viewers. And as all of us are preparing for receiving the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Bhagavan Venkateshwara, it is now time for all of us to understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan and how do we prepare ourselves for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So in this segment, all of us are going to be seeing about how we can prepare ourselves to receive the darshan, what we can do, and what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let's all enter into the segment. So the Naivedyams that can be offered to receive Bhagavan Venkateshwara are ghee rice, tamarind rice, sweet pongal, curd rice, and fruits. The next slide, please. Now let us enter into understanding what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The next slide. Yes, anybody has a prayer request that you want to submit, you can go ahead and submit to tiny.cc/BSD prayer request. The next slide, please. Yes, in today's darshan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in physical bodies embodying Shri Venkateshwara. So anyone and everyone who's wishing to offer to Shri Venkateshwara can make an offering today. And when SPH is expressing as Nija Avatar of Shri Venkateshwara during darshan, you will be able to receive the blessings to awaken the wealth consciousness in you. The next slide, please. Shri Venkateshwara is very unique in Tirupati Tirumala, where the Nija Avatara became Archa Avatara, blessing the millions of people, where the consciousness, which is formless, expresses the being through Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nija Avatara, the physical embodied form, for us to experience the divine. The next slide, ma. The next slide. There's a beautiful scriptural reference from Malini Vichottara Tantra that we have. It says, Kathana Chakti Padadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguro Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru Kathana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor of the Guru,
Prasada, the ultimate goal and space, Paramam Padam is attained.
Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event that is happening in time and space. Rather, Darshan happens when you are lifted out of space and time. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirroring of brain neurons happen. First slides, please.
You can go to the next slide.
See, the brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing, and without any other physical act of imitation. That is, our entire body. You can keep going for the slides, ma'am. Our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what is happening in the avatar, distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar.
The next slide, please. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon that modern science is just discovering and terms as quantum tunneling. The next slide, please. Now, what is the quantum tunneling? Our thoughts per second reduces significantly and will be like relaxed into the space beyond thoughts to thoughtlessness, and will become mentally at ease in coexisting with the divine without any kind of duality. Now, this science happens through the quantum entanglement or quantum tunneling, which is unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. Now, what is this? How does this happen? What is the science behind this?
Actually, just wanted to explain the quantum tunneling science over here, just to give a brief explanation. When a low energy electron is wanting to cross an energy barrier, let's say that, so in quantum physics, an electron is considered both as a wave as well as a particle. So if it is acting as a particle, it cannot cross the energy barrier. Whereas when it is acting as a wave, it can propagate through the energy barrier. And that science is called as the science of quantum tunneling. Here in Chaitanya Charitamrita, there's a beautiful instance where Bhagavan Shri Krishna just sees his own reflection on a jeweled wall. And he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep, indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. After due consideration, I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika." Next slide. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a science of Nijavatara, the physical form manifesting the formlessness. See, the consciousness, the pure formless, expresses through the being, through the light body, the Divya Sharira, and manifests in the embodied form, the physical form, for us to experience that same, experience the Paramashiva in us. So understand the formlessness manifesting through the form, and that through the Divya Sharira, and that manifesting through the physical form is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. For the slides form. So today we are going to be experiencing where Bhagavan Parandama, the pure formlessness, manifests through the beam of Mahavishnu and manifests through the Nijavatara of Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Next slide, please. You can keep going to the next slides. Next slides. Next slide, please. You can see all these are different examples. Next slide, please. Next slide. Understand, the Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of superconscious energy. So all the deities in the temples are reflecting. But unfortunately, we human beings are not mature enough to get these higher level experiences directly from the deities. That is why, to bridge this gap, the most compassionate form, the avatar, Nijavatara, descends, bridges this gap and creates the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. When we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara manifesting various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us.
The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a direct experience of causeless bliss. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our whole being will come alive and celebrate with the energy wave of existence. The next slide. And what happens is at that point, your very muscle memory starts imbibing. Your very muscles start imbibing and radiating Paramashiva. The next slide. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness. It allows us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. To have a glimpse of, having darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of lifetimes and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. Now, what is the best way you can receive the darshan? The space of gratitude. What happens is when you are in the space of gratitude, it enables you to reflect the consciousness in all levels, your physical, psychological, ultimately in the conscious level. The darshan meditation as a preparation helps us fall into the space of gratitude. And it is during that time we drop conscious resolutions, the Satya Sankalpa of anything that we want or need in our life. And we become ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. The next slide, please. Even when the mandala, even if one mandala enters into our system 3 times, we will manifest a powerful cognitions. The next slide, please. Now, how do you receive the darshan? Just sit, just look at Swamiji, let's look at Paramashiva, Parandhama, and say, Prabhu, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam as well. Now, you are the source of both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. Now, in that same space, please take a minute or two to set up the Panchopachara Puja kit. The next slide, ma. And you can set up the items projected: sandalwood powder, flowers, incense, lamp, the offering of food, the Naivedyam. Please set up all of them. Take a few minutes to set up and keep.
Now, with this, we are now going to be entering into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra are powerful chants through which literally the avatar himself enters inside you. Anybody who listens to this Dhyana Mantra can manifest anything that they want in their lives. Today, we are actually going to be offering our prayers to all the lives that are lost due to the building collapse in the US. And we are also praying for all the lives that have been lost due to COVID or any of the black fungus and other diseases. We're also going to be offering our prayers to all the people that are infected through any of these viruses, pathogens. We are also offering our prayers for all the people who are having financial issues, economic crisis due to this pandemic. We are offering our prayers to all the people who are stuck in your loans or debts so that you have a breakthrough. We are offering our prayers so that you can experience your wealth dimension in its fulfillment, so that you can come out of all the financial issues, come out of all the financial obstacles, and for you to be able to get rid of the poverty consciousness so that you are able to experience the stability in wealth, so that you are able to manifest wealth abundance, so that you are able to have auspiciousness manifesting, so that you are able to experience the complete fulfillment in your wealth dimension, so that you are able to have the ultimate breakthrough in your wealth dimension. Now, let us all enter into the Paramashivoham.
Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hri Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavaditam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions and is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest the reality.
Mamopata samasta duritakshaya dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham. I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya. Who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the lords of universes and multiverses, and who is the Lord of the cosmos. Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya. The one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance and rejuvenation, pulling out of liberation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Adhimadhyantarahitasya Prameya Parakramasya Tattvatra Gocharasya. The one who is the beginning, middle and end. The one who is immeasurable. Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahatantrakya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamaagamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Nilamaya Nirvikara Akhandadi Visheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta
Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Prityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararte Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinshatitame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambodvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Khande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Chastyaha Samvatsarana Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharitau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatre Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharata Varsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharata Khanda, in the southern side of the Mount Meru, in the Saka era, during this auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years which is in practice of which Prabhava is the first year, in the auspicious Ayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious Tithi, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious Nakshatra, auspicious Yoga, auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment, Adi Kailase Kalpavrikshasya Daha Nithyananda Nagare Smrita Smritana Muktidayake Mahakshetre.
Now, we request all the participants that you're offering this for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering for a meal, kindly chant the meal names now. Namadheyasya.
Now we request all the participants, whether you're offering for yourself or for others. If you're offering for a female, please chant the names of the females now.
Namnyaha cha yajamana namavayoho sahakutumbhanam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham.
For all those who are participants who send me with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers and everyone.
Sarvabhishta siddhyartham sarvamangalavapyartham uttarottaranava chinna tiralakshmi prapyartham. Always let that be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let that be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham chintita manoratha vapyartham.
Let the family always have all kind of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled.
Samesham adhivyadi nivrityartham samesham chiradhipada paryantam vidyamananam sameshu angeshu janita janishyamana sakala vidanana vidaroganam vyapohartham tadvara rogadridagatra siddhyartham. Let all chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let the strong, diseaseless, healthy and handsome and graceful body be obtained.
Samesham parekatra bhishcha kritakarishyaman
Sakala vida mantra tantra yantra vishachurna abhichara stambhana marana uchatana vidveshana Vashikaranadi mantrika prayogevyaha rakshana prapyartham tadvara samesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham. Let the protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the acts performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting and ruining the health, poisoning and hypnotizing, etc. Apamriti dosha nivrityatam kala mrityu akala mrityu durmrityu nivrityatam. Let all the doshas, ill effects related to death like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. Samesham anta drishti, bahi drishti, krura drishti, vyapara drishti, anukula drishti, pratikula drishti, ityadi sakala vida drishti dosha nivrityartham.
Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of people war against our well-being be removed.
Samesham anta shatru bahi shatru krura shatru vyapara shatru anukula shatru pratikula shatru ityadi sakala vida shatru badha nivrityartam. Let all the effects of inner enemies and outer enemies, fears enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good and enemies who work against our well-being be removed.
Samesham Matashapadi Sakalavidashapanam Vyapohanartham. Let the effects of all curses right from the mother be removed.
Anadi avidyavasanaya pravartamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitrabihi karmagatibihi vichitrasu yonishu punapunahane kada janitva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange.
Kenapi punya karma visheshena bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Parivitaya Tripaya Idani Dana Manushya Janma Praptavatam. Yet, due to some good action with the extreme compassion and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body.
Samesham iha janmani purva janmani janma janmantareshu sarvaihi kritanam Shiva ninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartam Shiva parada devi aparada guru aparada dosha vyapohartam. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth or any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes, offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed.
Brahmahatya Surapana Swarnasteya Gurutalpagamana Tatansargakya Panchamahapatakadi Samasta Papa Vetiriktatam. Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or other above crimes, above sins be removed.
Apicha sarve balye vayasi kaumare yauvane vardhake cha. Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth and as an old age person.
Jagrat, Swapna, Sushupti, Avastha. So let all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful dream or deep sleep state.
Karmendriya Jnanendriya Vyaparaihi Sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done through Karmendriyas, that is 5 organs which perform action like speech, hands, feet, excreting and reproductive organs, and the Jnanendriyas, the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue and skin.
Rahasyakratanam, Prakashakratanam, Adipatakanam, Upapatakanam, Sankalikarananam, Malinikarananam, Apatrikarananam, Jati Bhramshakanam, Prakinitanam, Evam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidhanam, Sarvesham Papanam, Satyaha. Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of great sins, minor of minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, unjustifiable sins, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 types of sins and 9 types of sins, and more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly. Apanodana dwara samasta mangala praptyartam Shiva bhakti devi bhakti guru bhakti siddhyartam Paramashivatva Paramashiva shakti Paramashiva shakti siddhyartam.
Through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva and powers of Paramashiva be obtained.
Kutumbe Sarvada Sanmangala Praptyartam Anyonya Prema Vividyartam Purnatva Siddhyartam Sarva Panivridyartam. Let the whole family always be showered with all auspiciousness. Let the mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishaps be removed.
Shiprarogya Ayur Vivridyartam. Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed.
Vyapare Udyoge Sarvajana Vashikaranartam Tadvara Unato Natasthana Praptyartam. Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job. Then through that let you attain the best of the best position. Bahudana
Saukya
Saukya
Praptyartam Griha Kanaka Pashuputra Pautra Dhanadhanya Saukya Praptyartam. Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealth be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all comforts related to the worldly life. Adityadinam Navanam Grahanam Dosha Pida Nivaranartham Adityadinam Navanam Grahanam Anukulyata Siddhartham.
Let all the malefic effects through the 9 planets be removed, and let the auspiciousness bestowed by the grace of the 9 planets.
Bhumyantarikshe Vidyamana Bhuta Preta Pishacha Rakshasa Brahma Rakshasa Vetala Kushmanda Dakini Shakini Ityadi Sarvarishta Nivaranartham. Let all the evil effects that causes calamities on planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, dead people, Pishacha, demons, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Vetala, ghosts, Kushmanda, the class of demons, Dakini, little devil, Shakini, kind of female demon be removed.
Manavyakulata Nivaranartham. Let the mental confusion and worry be removed.
Prarabdhe karmani karishamani karmani adidaivika adibhautika adhyatmika vigna nivaranartham. Let all obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to God, world and spirituality.
Samastarana Nivaranartham. Dhanalakshmi, Dhanyalakshmi, Santanalakshmi, Saubhagyalakshmi, Vidyalakshmi, Shauriyalakshmi, Veeralakshmi, Jayalakshmi, Ityadi. Ashtalakshmi Paripurna Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartham. Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhanalakshmi, wealth, Dhanyalakshmi, food and grain, Santanalakshmi, offspring, Saubhagyalakshmi, fortune, Vidyalakshmi, knowledge, Shauriyalakshmi, bravery, Veeralakshmi, heroism, Vijayalakshmi, success be showered. Parikshasu Unnatastane Vijayapráptyartam Sarva Vidya Parangata Siddhyartam Medha Shakti Grahana Shakti Abhivridyartam.
Let the top rank be obtained in the examinations. Let all the excellence be acquired in the fields of knowledge. Let the memory, power, understanding, ability be increased. Ityadi Sakalavidha Sanmangalani Guru Krupakataksena Praptyartam.
By the grace of Guru, let all the auspiciousness be showered upon Sri Kailasa
Sunatadvadashanta Shyamala Pita Rudha. The one who has ascended the Madarayadinam Shyamala Peetham, the Peetham established by Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Shyamala Devi, which is the supreme place of Kailasa, where Paramashiva resides and rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa.
Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashivoputra Ratna Kumara. The one who is no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Paramashiva, the young boy. Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishwa Sakala Nigamagama Saraputra Dravida Veda Pravatre. The one who is Jam among gurus and unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the breast milk of Parvati, author of a famous Dravida Veda, which is the essence of all the Vedas and Agama, Srimad
Paramashiva Karuna Samadhikata Uttamaya Chatrashayana
Diyamana Chamara Shri Chinnakahala Samasta Viradhavalyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti, the one adorned by the quadrangular palanquin made of pearl, received by the grace of Paramashiva, adorned by the musical instruments, umbrella, chamaram, the sacred symbols of worship, etc., adorned by the hymns of praises, the one who has won the whole world by his enlightenment and the signs of enlightenment and been accepted by all the kings as supreme ruler.
Sarvajana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Vyava Parga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramada Kalava Kesari, the showerer of Videya Mukti and immutable state of enlightenment, immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people, the one who creates bliss protecting leader, the roaring lion and trumpeting young elephant of other religions, Shaiva Siddhanta Stapana Acharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaja Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mahadakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vichanana Nararat Vajo Chetana Purvaka Srimad Rishabhadvaja Stapaka Shaiva Samaya Katre.
Acharya who established Shaiva Siddhanta, the Raja Guru of Pandya King, who is supreme king of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya King, supreme kings of all kings, the enlightening sun that removes utter darkness of delusion, the one who installed the Rishabha flag, the reviver of Shaivism,
Sarvajna Pitha Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundaramani Ke Vachaka Swami Paramashivoham Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punaruddhita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Pranavati Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who is the ruler of Sarvajna Pita, the seat of omniscience, O the avatar of such with above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Appar Sundarar and Manikya Vachaka Swami, O the ruler of kingdom of enlightenment, the Shyamala Pita Mahasamastana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, O the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam.
Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramparaga Arunachala Sarvanya Pita Guru Mahasannidhana, the one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvanya Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Kailasa Paramparaga Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Pita Trayasrim
Chaturajushatama Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvanya Pita as the 233rd Pontiff, the Guru Mahasannidhananda lineage of Kailasa, Nityotsa Nityamangala Nityakalana Nityajita Kailasa Paramparaga Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Pita, Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre, the creator of the Nithyananda Pita Mahasamastana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating auspicious festive and having the attractive energy of enriching
Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparaga Vaivasvata Manishwaka Varishchandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasya Nityadi Anavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparaga Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Sampradaya Pravartaka Madhudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Mudha Abhishikta Chuda Mani Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punarajrita Mahanirvani Pita Shri Mahamandaleshwara, the 1008 Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Pita, established by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself and revived by sage Kapila.
Shri Paramashiva Simhasana Abhishikta Samasta Gananayaka Shri Mahaganapati Samarambhanava Chinna Pitadishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atla Pita Shtodra Sastram Ashtodra Sastra Shri Atla Pitadishwara, the 1008 Shri Atla Pitadishwara of Atla Pita, which has an unbroken lineage of Pontiff starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of Ganas and who was coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself. Dharma
Mukti Swargapura Swarana Pita Trayovimsha Guru Mahasannidhana, the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Swarana Pita.
Kailasa Paramparaga Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka
Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacarya Varya Satchidananda Pranavasrupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Jagat Guru Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham,
who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyas and Parivrajaka's embodiment of the pure truth consciousness and bliss, the embodiment of the sacred syllable Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one who establishes super consciousness.
Tesham Padara Vindayoho Bhakti Siddhartham Guru Kripa Katakshina Siddhartham Ksemastairya Virjaya Rogya Aishwaryanam Abhirudyartham
Dharmata Kamokshita Vida Palapurushartha Siddhartham
Samasta Duritopashantyartham Samasta Mangalavapyartham
Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prasadena Sakudumbhasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Cha Shri Nithyanandeshwara Parashit Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwara Parashit Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Cha Dhyana Shodasopachara Sarvopachara Archanaradhana Puja Prarthanam Karishye Om Ananda Gandhanilaya Namaha Om Bhavaroga Beshjaya Namaha Om Kalpatarave Namaha Om Pashupate Namaha Om Parshvimochakaya Namaha Om Nivsita Paladayakaya Namaha Om Bhagivritti Parivartakaya Namaha Om Adi Vyadhi Vinashakaya Namaha Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namaha Om Vidadi Purishaya Namaha Om Shri Kailasapate Namaha Om Shivashakti Surupaya Namaha Om Shri Nithyanandaya Namaha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashit Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha
Om Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhuta Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Srila Shri Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swami De Namaha
Om
Nithyanandam.
Now let us all enter into the meditation and get ready for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Start chanting Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Continue to be a deep meditative space. Today, you are going to experience abundance, wealth, auspiciousness, and all the powerful qualities or dimensions of Bhagavan Venkateshwara just by having the darshan of formlessness in the Nijavatar.
Get ready to receive, to imbibe powerfully the consciousness of wealth, manifesting through the Nija Avatara, the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Now, let us all get ready for offering the Panchopachara Puja. Please take sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the sandalwood paste the feet of Bhagavan Venkateshwara along with the mantra. Om Gandhadvaran Duran Darshan Nitya Pushtan Karishini Im Ishwari Gum Sarva Bhutanam Tamihopa Hvaye Shriyam Gandhan Dharayami. Now, please take some flowers in your hands, near the sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Venkateshwara along with the mantra. Yopam pushpam veda pushpavan prajavahan pashuman bhavati chandrama vapam pushpam pushpavan prajavahan pashuman bhavati yevam veda yopamayatanam veda ayatanavan bhavati pushpai pujayami. Now, take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave towards Bhagavan Venkateshwara along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Dhura Sidurva Dhurantam Dhuratayo Osman Dhuratitam Dhur Vayam Vayam Dhurvamastam Devanamasi Sasnitamam Papritamam Jushtatamam Vannitamam Devahutam Amritamasir Havirdanam Trigum Asvamadva Amitrasyatva Chakshusha Prekshema Bherma Samvita Madva Higum Sesham Dhupamagrapayami. Now, please take the lit lamp in your hands and offer it Bhagavan Venkateshwara along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Deepaha Om Uddipya Svajata Vedopagni Niritim Mama Pasugashcha Mahyamama Jivanam Chadisho Disha Mano Higumsi Jata Vedo Gamashvam Purusham Jagate Abhibradhagnagahi Shriyamam Paripataya Deepam Darshayami. The next is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take a udharani of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water to Bhagavan Venkateshwara along with the mantra. And please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvatartayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhvi Irna Santoshadhihi Madhunakta Mutoshasi Madhuvakpati Vagum Rajaha Madhudyorastu Nafpita Madhumanno Vanaspatir Madhumagum Mastu Suryaha Madhvirgavo Bhavantu Naha Madhu 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 Naivedyam Nivedayami. The next is the offering of Aratrikam. Now please take the Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Venkateshwara along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Rajadhirajaya Prasajnya Sahine Namo Vayam Vai Shravanaya Kurmahe
समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यम् कामेश्वरो वै ईशवनो ददातु कुबेराय वैशवनाय महाराजाय नमः कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि. Now let us all get ready to receive Bhagavan Venkateshwara. Continue to be in the deep meditative space of gratitude.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
బ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే బ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే 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 సంగనానా ఆది సంగనానా పురి సంగనానా వన సంగనానా పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే సంగనానా వన సంగనానా నిండార రాజు నిద్రించు నిద్రయునొకటే అండనే బంటు నిద్రాదియునొకటే మెండైన బ్రాహ్మణుడు మెట్టు భూమి ఒకటే మెండైన బ్రాహ్మణుడు మెట్టు భూమి ఒకటే చండాలుడుండేటి సరి భూమి ఒకటే బ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే 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 కడగి ఏనుగు మీద కాయు ఎండొకటి పుడమి శునకము మీద పొలయు ఎండొకటి కడుపుంగులను పాపకర్ములను సరిగావా జడియు శ్రీ వెంకటేశ్వరు నామమొకటే కడుపుంగులను పాపకర్ములను సరిగావా జడియు శ్రీ వెంకటేశ్వరు నామమొకటే బ్రహ్మమొక్కటే పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే 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 సంగనానా ఆది సంగనానా పురి సంగనానా వన సంగనానా పరబ్రహ్మమొక్కటే 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 అఖిలాండ కోటి బ్రహ్మాండ నాయక ఆనంద నిలయ వర పరిపాలక గోవింద గోవింద పున్నమి వినల్ల గోవింద 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 చిన్ని కుమాల సేవల గోవింద అఖిలాండ కోటి బ్రహ్మాండ నాయక ఆనంద నిలయ వర పరిపాలక శ్రీ వెంకటేశ శ్రిత సంబంధ సేవా భాగ్యం దేహి ముకుంద అఖిలాండ కోటి బ్రహ్మాండ నాయక ఆనంద నిలయ వర పరిపాలక తిరుపదములకు తిరువడి దండలు శ్రీభూసతులకు సిరిహారములు తిరుపదములకు తిరువడి దండలు శ్రీభూసతులకు సిరిహారములు అకళంక శంఖ చక్రాలకు అపురూప కుసుమమాలికలు పర్యంతము అలరుల తావళహారములు అఖిలాండ కోటి బ్రహ్మాండ నాయక ఆనంద నిలయ వర పరిపాలక అఖిలాండ కోటి బ్రహ్మాండ నాయక ఆనంద నిలయ వర పరిపాలక మల్లె మరుమల్లె మధుర మందార మనోరంజితాలు చంపక పారిజాత చామంతి జాజి విరజాజి సంపెంగలు కలువలు కమలాలు కనకాంబరాలు పొన్న పొగడ మొల్ల మొగలి గులాబీలు
నరువందవనమ్మాది మాచి వట్టి వేరు కురువీరులు గరుడా గన్నీరు నందివర్ధనాలు
హరిత హరిద్ర బిల్వ తులసీదళాలు నీకోసం విరిసే నిన్ను చూసి మురిసే నీ మేలు తాకి మెరిసే అఖిలాండ కోటి బ్రహ్మాండ నాయక ఆనంద నిలయ వర పరిపాలక
కమలాకుచ చూచుక కుంకుమతో నియతారుణితాతుల నీలతనో కమలాయతలోచన లోకపతే విజయీ భవ వెంకటశైలపతే సచతుర్ముఖ షణ్ముఖ పంచముఖ ప్రముఖాఖిల దైవత మౌలిమణే శరణాగత వత్సల సారనిధే పరిపాలయ మాం వృషశైలపతే అతివేలతయా తవ దోర్విషహైరనువేల కృతైరపరాధశతైః భరితం త్వరితం వృషశైలపతే పరయా కృపయా పరిపాహి హరే అధివేంకటశైలముదారమతే జనతాభిమతాధికదానరతాత్ పరదేవతయా గదితాన్నిగమై కమలాదయితాన్న పరం కలయే वश गोपवधूशत कोटि वृतात् स्मर कोटि समात् प्रतिवल्लविकाभिमतात् सुखदात् वसुदेव सुतान्न परं कलये अभिराम गुणाकर दाशरथे जगदेक धनुर्धर धीरमते रघुनायक राम रमेश विभो वरदो भवदेव दया जलधे अवनीतनया कमनीयकरं रजनीकर चारुमुखाम्बुरुहम् रजनीचर राजतमो मिहिरं महनीयमहं रघुराममये सुमुखं सुहृदं सुलभं सुखदं स्वनुजं च सुखाय ममोघशरम् अपहाय रघुद्वहमन्यमहं न कथञ्चन जातु भजे विना वेङ्कटेशं ननाथो ननाथः सदा वेङ्कटेशं स्मरामि स्मरामि हरे वेङ्कटेश प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रियं वेङ्कटेश प्रयच्छ प्रयच्छ विना वेङ्कटेशं ननाथो ननाथः सदा वेङ्कटेशं स्मरामि स्मरामि हरे वेङ्कटेश प्रसीद प्रसीद प्रियं वेङ्कटेश प्रयच्छ प्रयच्छ अहं दूरतस्ते पदाम्भोजयुग्मं प्रणामेच्छयागत्य सेवां करोमि सकृत्सेवया नित्यसेवा फलं त्वं प्रयच्छ प्रयच्छ प्रभो वेङ्कटेश अज्ञानिना मया दोषान्न शेषान् विहितान् हरे क्षमस्वत्वं क्षमस्वत्वं शेषशैलशिखामणे अज्ञानिना मया दोषान्न शेषान् विहितान् हरे क्षमस्वत्वं क्षमस्वत्वं शेषशैलशिखामणे தெரியாமல் நின்றாலும் எனக்கு குறையொன்றும்
నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం పంకజనేత్రం పరమ పవిత్రం పంకజనేత్రం పరమ పవిత్రం శంఖచక్రధర చిన్మయ రూపం వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం. అంబుజోద్భవ వినుతో అగణిత గుణనామో అంబుజోద్భవ వినుతో అగణిత గుణనామో తుంబురు నారద గాన వినోలో తుంబురు నారద గాన వినోలో వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం. మకర కుండలధరో మదన గోపాల మకర కుండలధరో మదన గోపాల మకర కుండలధరో మదన గోపాల భక్త పోషక శ్రీ భక్త పోషక శ్రీ పురందర విఠలో వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం పంకజనేత్రం పరమ పవిత్రం పంకజనేత్రం పరమ పవిత్రం శంఖచక్రధర చిన్మయ రూపం వెంకటాచల నిలయం వైకుంఠపురవాసం వైకుంఠపురవాసం వైకుంఠపురవాసం.
शरणु सुरेन्द्र
केशव मधुसूदना माधव केशव मधुसूदना नन्दनन्दना नरहरि नारायण परमात्मा परधाम परमानन्दा अच्युत अनन्त गोविन्द अच्युत अनन्त गोविन्द वेयि नामाल वाड वेंकटेशुडा मूडु नामाल मुद्दु श्रीनिवासुडा वेयि नामाल वाड वेंकटेशुडा मूडु नामाल मुद्दु श्रीनिवासुडा कोटि कोटि दंडालय कोनेटि रायडा कोटि कोटि दंडालय कोनेटि रायडा कोरुकुन्न वारि कोंगु बंगारु దేవుడా सर्वेश्वर परमेश्वर शान्ताकारा शङ्ख चक्रधरा
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanam, everyone. Welcome back. Now, all of us will be getting into the power manifestation, where all of us will be manifesting the powers ourselves. So today, after the powerful Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Venkateshwara with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, all of us are now initiated into the third eye awakening and various other powers. So now we will be manifesting the following powers of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded, and Mahima, which is being able to increase the height of the object. So with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the powerful Diksha that all of us have received during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, with all the powerful cognitions, powerful conclusions, and life positivity, we are now awakened in our consciousness, which are now awakened in our consciousness. The manifestation of these extraordinary Shaktis maps all of the powerful cognitions into our consciousness, which is every ultimate truth. Jnana is mapped into your consciousness, prajna, and manifests as the possibility and powers of every being, prajnana. So all of you can take a few minutes and quickly set up for the manifestation. You can set up an eye band or an opaque cloth, then the Jnananjana, and then the Aushada, then a Krishnasiddha, mirror or a yantra, and a paper and pen, and a timestamp camera. So if you can take a minute and arrange these items, the alchemy products which are needed for the manifestation.
And now we will be getting into the power of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodadyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. The translation of this verse is, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta-pramana of the power of third eye, where Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Natu mam shakyase drashtu manenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyam me yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye. And the Atma Pramana for this power of third eye is in Swamiji's own words. The first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 directions, below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. The next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So studies were done on the Supreme Point of Hinduism himself using a PET, a positron emission tomography, and it was measured that when doing daily activities, there is high activity measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when in deep Samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. And now we will be doing the Sakshi Pramana. We will be manifesting the powers ourselves. So all of you can take a minute and click on the timestamp camera, which is an application from the App Store. Ensure that the time is shown on the screen and make sure that the camera is facing you. So please take a few moments to set this up. And now, all of you can close your eyes with a blindfold or an opaque cloth. You all can tie your eye bands and tie your eyes. So we will be doing a round of 3 minutes. So now we will be projecting an image for you. Then begin verbalizing whatever is revealed to you through the divine third eye. Yes, so now all of you can see what is being projected on the screen using your third eye and start verbalizing whatever you see. The picture is projected in front of all of you.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Yes. Now please relax. You can remove your eyebrows and slowly open your eyes. Now all of you can take 2 minutes and post your answers. You can type down your answers of whatever was revealed to you in your third eye. And you can also upload your power manifestation videos, pictures, and post your answers and experience with the hashtags of hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Bhava Samadhi, and hashtag Venkateshwara on your social media platforms. Yes, now let's take a minute to quickly verify our answers. So this was the picture which was being projected. It is a picture of Swamiji sitting giving darshan on Shivaratri, on the night of Shivaratri. So if you saw Swamiji sitting and giving darshan, or if you saw Trishul, or if you saw somebody giving blessings, or if you even saw Kailasa behind, or a wooden pillar, that's great. You have manifested the power. If any of you got any answers related to this picture, that's great. And now let's move on to the next power of Mahima, the power where we can increase or decrease the height of any object. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of Mahima is Mahima vyapya chastanam brihadehandriyadibihi tritayam kayata siddham aishwaryam manimadikam. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, Mahima is the power to exist pervasively with the help of huge bodies, organs, and such others. These three lordly powers, Anima, Lagima, and Garima, are expressed through body. The Apta Pramana, or the power of Mahima, is from the great Purana of Ramayana, when Lord Hanuman wanted to cross the ocean to reach Lanka, where Devi Sita was held hostage. He was stopped by a demon named Surasa, and the demon demanded that anyone who has to pass the ocean must first enter into the stomach of the demon as the demon eats. Hanuman stretched himself to 10 yojanas. 1 yojana is approximately 7.6 miles. Then Hanuman further stretches his body to 30 yojanas. Then Surasa on her own enlarged her mouth to 40 yojanas. Then Hanuman stretched his body to 50 yojanas, and Surasa widened her mouth to 80 yojanas. Then again Hanuman grew up to 90 yojanas, looking like a mountain. Hanuman, observing Surasa's enlarged mouth, open and dreadful like hell, with a long tongue, suddenly shrunk his body into the size of a thumb. And the Atma Pramana for this power of Mahima is an incident which happened in Swamiji's life. At the age of 4 or 5 years old, Swamiji was able to lift a wooden cot beyond his own physical weight. He demonstrated not just psychological strength, but also physical strength. One day, Swamiji's mother asked him to wake up his uncle, who was sleeping on the wooden cot. Swamiji recalls, "He did not wake up. I just stumbled the 2,200 pounds teak wood cot. He is rolling, and actually he got up and ran away, thinking that some earthquake has happened. You see, you can never imagine a cot tumbling. A chair tumbling is okay. A cot tumbling, and now still I can remember the scene. He thought some earthquake happened and he ran." And you can now, if you can see the pictures of Sakshi Pramana, where few of the 1,000 disciples who have been initiated into this power have posted their experience on social media. And now we will all be getting into the power of Mahima, where all of you will be manifesting this power. So the first round of Mahima, we will be getting into. So all of you can once again click on the timestamp camera, which is the application from the App Store. And should the time is shown on the screen, make sure that the camera is facing you. So please take a few moments to set this up. And for the manifestation, you can measure your finger or hand, use a measuring tool to measure the height, or pick a paper and mark its height by placing your finger or hand on the paper and measuring it on the paper with a pen. Then take a picture of the current height. Then connect to Paramashiva, Swamiji, through your third eye, and declare the height of your object to increase. And from the space of oneness, declare, "I am Paramashiva," and Paramashiva is manifesting through Swamiji. With that declaration, increase the height of your object. So now all of you can please chant the Mahavakya and start the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let's all move on and let's take a minute to verify. So please remeasure the height of your finger or hand and click a picture of the object after the manifestation of Mahima. And you can compare the previous height with the current one, and any change in this indicates the power manifestation has happened. So if you can take a minute to remeasure your finger or hand. Now all of you can take 2 minutes and post your answers and post your manifestation on social media. You can upload your power manifestation videos, pictures, and the amount of the change which has happened in the object on your social media platforms with the hashtag of #Nithyananda, #Bhava Samadhi, and #Venkateshwara. So you can take 2 minutes to do this. And now let's get into the second round of the manifestation. So once again, all of you can click on the timestamp camera, ensure that the time is shown on the screen and the camera is facing you. And now all of you can pick any object that you can use to manifest the power by increasing its height, like a scale, a pen, or maybe a spoon, anything which you can increase its height or size. Measure the object using a measuring tool or a paper and by marking with pen. Then take a picture of the current height and then connect to Paramashiva, Swamiji, through your third eye and declare the height of the object to increase. And from the space of oneness, declare that I am Paramashiva and Paramashiva is manifesting through Swamiji. And with that declaration, increase the height of your object. So please chant the Mahavakya and start the manifestation now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Now, let's take a minute to verify the manifestations of these. Pre-measure your object, the height of the object, and click a picture of the object or after the manifestation of the Mahima. And you can compare the previous height with the current one, and any change in the object indicates your successful manifestation. So if you can take a minute to remeasure the object. Now, if you can take 2 minutes and type down whatever manifestation you have done, the amount of change which has happened in the object, and you can upload the power manifestation videos and pictures and the amount of the change with your experience on social media with the hashtags of hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Bhava Samadhi, and hashtag Venkateshwara. And now let's move into the next round, the third round of Mahima. So as we did before, all of you can again click on the timestamp camera, ensure that the time is shown on the screen, and make sure that the camera is facing you. And in this round, you can pick a partner you want to manifest the power of increasing their height with. Have your partner measure their own height using a leveled surface like a book or a ruler and mark the top with a pen. And make sure that take a picture of the current height, then connect to Paramashiva Swamiji through your third eye and declare that the height of the person you are manifesting for should increase. And from the space of oneness, declare, I am Paramashiva, and Paramashiva is manifesting through Swamiji. And with that declaration, increase the height of your object. Now, if you can chant the Mahavakya and start the manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now let's take a minute to verify. So all of you can re-measure the height of the person you're manifesting for. Click a picture of the height which is increased and compare the previous height with the current one, and any change in the height indicates your successful manifestation. So you can take a minute to re-measure the person you are manifesting for. And now you can take 2 minutes to post the amount of change which you have manifested, and you can also upload your power manifestation videos and pictures along with the amount of change that you have manifested, and with your experience of the manifestation on your social media accounts with the hashtags of hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Bhava Samadhi, and hashtag Venkateshwara. And now with this, I thank all the viewers who have joined us today for the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And please stay tuned for the next segments. Thank you, Nithyananda.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who have been joining with us, some of us who have been able to be participating in the Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and all of the new viewers who are joining with us right now. As many of you know, for the last couple of days, we have been celebrating across Kailasa about the news that the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And finally, after a decade-long attack, there has been so many times when we have gone judiciary to judiciary, government to government, organization to organization, pleading in each and every place for people to hear our voice, hear the truth of the absolute persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, about what happened, and the truth about what really the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has undergone for all of us women of Kailasa. Finally, after so many years, there has been one place that has finally recognized this persecution on an international platform. The Human Rights Commission of the United Nations has recognized Kailasa as a part of the persecuted communities and has recognized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for being persecuted as a Hindu leader, and for also advocating, protecting the rights of Hindu women. I invite each and every one of the viewers who are watching us right now to go to the link that is in the scroll below, and you'll be able to go through the UN report, which the UN is officially recognizing, on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa, and the absolute denial of the rights of women. Now, we have seen over the last few days in different segments that in different ways, from the eyewitness testimonies and also the heartfelt sharings of the survivors of various different victims of assault, rape, and gender-based violence that has been used as a tactic to literally pursue the entire destruction of the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the revival of the Hindu civilizational nation, Kailasa. And many times we have been explaining, paralleling how this tactic of using rape and assault of women, gender-based violence against women of a certain marginalized community, of a certain minority, in order to perpetuate, prolong the destruction of that community, to make sure that they remain oppressed and disempower the individuals of that community. We've seen and shown each and every one of you examples of how the violence against women is a tactic used as a way to ultimately attack the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working on, is doing, and is successfully doing, the revival of a nation of Kailasa. And we saw actually in the Cambodian genocide, in the genocide of the Native Americans in North America, how the rape and sexual assault, enslavement of women is actually used as a way, in this exact way, to continue the oppression of a minority, of a marginalized community, of a community that is identified by its religious and ethnic background. In that exact same way, how in these genocides, the rape of a woman, assault of a woman, and the assault and rapes, persecution of the women and children of that community ends up on a larger scale as the destruction of that entire civilization. But for the Native Americans, the colonial forces, the colonial people, as they entered into the lands, they first attacked the women, even enslaving them and ensuring that they are adopted into the new community and making sure that they're no longer even reproducing for their heritage, for their original community. In this way, the violence against women has been recognized as a legitimate tactic given by the United Nations to entirely destabilize and oppress a community, a population, and in this case, several sovereign nations. Today, we'll be continuing to understand how violence against women is exactly used to continue the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and as a pawn, as making these women, trying at least to make these women pawns in the attacks against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We've heard the stories of many people, many of the Hindu sannyasis, the female Hindu sannyasis who took up this lifestyle, who are from Hindu background or even who are not from Hindu background even, but wanted to take up this lifestyle, had the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and were inspired by this beautiful lifestyle, were empowered then by the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But somehow, due to the persistent and incessant attacks of the anti-Hindu forces, they fell victim to these anti-Hindu terrorists who infiltrate the whole sovereign nation and use this infiltration, start to infiltrate in order to destroy the entire mission and ultimately eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We heard from Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami, one of the senior sannyasis in the entire order of sannyasis, female sannyasis that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived, on the various attacks that she herself has been through. Today, we are going to be hearing the heartfelt sharing of another well-respected member of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, member of the female sannyasi order of Kailasa, revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami. I welcome Ma Nitya Achalananda Swami to the panel today. Thank you so much, Ma, for joining with us and coming forward today to share what has happened against you personally. And I'd like to share with all the viewers that these attacks are extremely personal. And what we're about to share is the story of an individual, but this individual represents what has happened against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and against Hinduism as a whole. Now, first of all, Ma Achala Swami, I'd really like to introduce you to all the viewers from the very beginning about your background and your career before you even met Swamiji, even your Hindu background, how that was, just so the viewers know a little bit about who you were beforehand, and how, of course, many of us, because we're not telling our stories in the public, people don't know that actually that how real these stories are. So if you can first share a little bit about your background, Ma, we can introduce your story to the whole world.
Sure, Ma. Thank you. And what I like you said, there exists for all of us a background before Swamiji happened. And though that seems like a distant past today, for the benefit of understanding how Swamiji has transformed each one of our lives to such a point where that remains like a distant past, and we've come a long way past it. So I, before my pre-monastic life, was an engineer by profession, and I had graduated from Mumbai University, and then I had pursued my master's in the United States. I went to the Ohio State University. I got my master's in computer engineering from there, and I specialized in microelectronics. And then I went on to join Intel Corporation in Oregon in the United States. And I wanted to come back to India for being back with my Purvashram family, my parents and Purvashram brothers. So I came back after about 3 years working in the US. I came back to Bangalore because I took an internal transfer and joined Intel in Bangalore. And as destiny would have it, Bangalore was the place to come, because just within a span of less than 1 year after coming back to Bangalore, it happened that just 2 streets away, where I was accompanying my Purvashram mother for yoga classes for her health reason. I was just an accompaniment. And that teacher happened to be a devotee of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And she organized the first level meditation workshop in her yoga studio over the weekend. And I said, okay, let's see. I mean, I don't have anything to do with this weekend, so let me just check out what this meditation class is all about. And after attending that, there was no looking back. It was only further, it was such a powerful, just a level, lifeless level 1 program, the Ananda Spurna program, what it was called back then. And it was so life transforming. I could never imagine that emotions could have so much of depth and life could have so much of depth. And then my Acharya said, we are organizing a trip to the Bididi ashram. And I've never seen an ashram in my life, all along been brought up in the city, in the metro city like Mumbai. So it was something new for me. So I said, okay, let me check out. They mentioned about the banyan tree and it's such a pristine environment. I said, okay, let's go. And then when I came over here at my first visit with my group of the ASP workshop people, and everything from the sacred Kalpataru, the Kalpavriksha, the banyan tree, it was such a mesmerizing experience. I could never imagine what Swamiji is explaining about thoughtlessness. That time I had not even heard all these things, and it was just an experience beyond imagination. And that Kalpavriksha experience, and then the fantastic food, I should say. I have never had, other than my Purvashram grandmother, nobody cooks that kind of a food. And I was just shocked that somebody can exceed that. It was just the magic of the of Bididi, actually. Nothing to do with, with all due respect to the Annadatta then. So everything about it was so out of the world. And then they said the next level program, the Life Bliss program level 2, the Nithyananda Spurna program, was going to be taken directly by Swamiji. And I'm the kind of person who has never, been brought up exactly in the way Swamiji explains today, how the youth are brainwashed into thinking, abusing the guru-disciple relation, and there is nothing called, you don't deify human beings. That's the environment in which I grew up in the society, and the kind of schooling I did, etc. So when I heard Swamiji, I didn't have much respect, honestly, frankly. For me, it was like, okay, these people are whatever. But I believe in the scriptures and in the truths, exactly the way how currently the atheistic militant terrorists are brainwashing people. That's exactly what I was a victim of myself. And it is obviously, we know who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is. Like, he can break any mind with the ultimate compassion. And what I just went through that 4 days of the Life Bliss program level 2, and the experiences were just so deep. And some, especially for me, it was like the pain body layer, the meditation. The experience he gave me was so deep. There was one traumatic experience that I was carrying, which I had resolved in my life. I will not share it with anybody. I always share everything with my Purvashram parents, but that's something which was so painful. I never even shared with them. And I had decided I'll go to the grave with this. This was a strong decision I had made. And when that particular, just a 42-minute meditation, laughing meditation, I could really hear Bhagwan's voice literally behind me saying, do it, ma, do it. Like, just get it out. And I don't know what happened. Just after that 42 minutes, I could just feel completely disconnected from that whole pain. And after that, actually, it is not to anybody, not any claim to fame, but I was very proud that, in my life, I have not touched anybody's feet. I had this big arrogance, this typical conditioning that has been brought by these atheistic militant terrorists and the neo-Hindutva elements. And I've never even touched the feet of my Purvashram parents or teacher or anybody. And there I was literally, I could see my body just walking. I just went towards Swamiji. I'm practically doing a security breach over here because he's finished the class and he's going. He's leaving for attending to other things. I just went behind him and I'm calling him out from behind. He just stopped. He didn't even turn. And I went in front and I said, I just fell at his feet, touched his feet, and I said, thank you, Swamiji. And obviously he knows what he has done. He didn't say anything. He just said the blessing, the original blessing that first came out of his mouth way back in 2000 when after 9 months of silence, he uttered Anandamana Irima. And that was it. life was sealed. After that, I was only looking at how, if a being can transform my life so much in just 4 days, I know how many people are out there, because I've seen my friends suffering with similar things, experiences, and traumas, etc., and you don't know how to get out of it. Just for that singular reason, I said I really have to reach him to everybody, to the masses, and that's what's part of my journey. I used to transcribe, and my Bhaktika Swami used to be the publications lead back then, and I got trained under her as to how to transcribe discourses, how to publish them as books, what do you do, what kind of due diligence you do, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I used to volunteer as a publications volunteer, and that's how my journey started.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for sharing. Actually, I just wanted to point out to the viewers how from the very beginning, the kind of a very relatable background, a Hindu background, where an upbringing from India, then going to the US, working as an engineer, and then after that meeting Swamiji, an extremely typical background, and as a woman having also going through so much of transformation. I would like to ask in the next just a few minutes before we go into some of the traumatic experiences that you had to undergo at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces. Before that, can you give a few points about how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the work doing the mission or the work for the revival of Kailasa, spreading the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, we also have Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami joining us here today as well. How this work, as well as a few words if you can share about taking up sannyas and being a woman who has taken up sannyas. If you can share a little bit about that, then I'd like the viewers to understand how how empowerment happens inherently within the sannyas order and within the sacred sentiments of being a sannyasi, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving that. And on contrast, as we hear what the anti-Hindu militants are doing. If you can share a few words about that, then we can definitely go into the next points.
Sure, Ma. Actually, that's something which I personally resonated with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in that very first program which I did with Bhagwan. I personally am more personality-wise, I would call more like a rebel, because I used to always hate why a society treats women as inferior. It need not be only society, even within the family. I've had everything, objections to everything from like in a traditional home where women do the cooking, the man does the going to work. I don't have a problem with that, but then the man holds more power over the family. He is able to make decisions out of his own freedom, but the woman does not get the same opportunity because she's not the breadwinner, but she's the one who's holding. But none of this ever gets spoken about. It's always a very male chauvinistic society. Even I used to think it is only in India, but when I went to the United States, I saw it is the same thing. It's just a different flavor of it. So overall, why women should be denigrated even in that sense. Secondly, even very subtle things which may look subtle, but for me it was a big pain giver. As Swamiji explains, as Bhagwan explains in the meditation programs, the pain layer builds up as all these deep pains get embedded in our muscle memory. I'm very clear like how when I attain maturity, the behavior of the society or the behavior of the family, everything changed, and how one is treated, like you're supposed to be sitting aside, you don't get to go to the temple, you don't do your daily worship. I used to rebel against all this, and I used to feel this is just not done. I mean, first of all, I have this biological process which I'm not interested in, frankly, because in my mind, if I want to reproduce, I should be able to pick and choose. And I had all these kind of so-called rebellious ideas. And I never had any voice which could resonate with mine, except probably a few of my female friends. But we never had a solution. And in just that 4 days of the second level meditation program, Nithyananda's Purna program, I could feel, and I actually saw how Bhagavan treats, not just treats, his idea about womanhood, about feminism, and how a woman should be. In fact, it is, I would say, this is, I guess, a little too personal, because as Swamiji, as we all know, Bhagavan really addresses every being at where he or she is. Now, I was coming from this background of this heavy for women, not a typical feministic. My idea is not a typical feministic. I'm not into bra burning and all that. But I want somebody to appreciate me for who I am. And at that time, when Swamiji was explaining in one of the 7 bodies, he explained, he gave the example of Rama and Sita. Now I know Swamiji has explained in so much of depth the whole relationship and what Sita Devi stands for, what Bhagavan Rama stands for. But way back then, he knew in my mind, and I see he knew exactly where I was stuck. And the way he addressed that, the first thing he said in one of those Q&A or the session was, I don't agree with Rama banishing Sita. And for me, that was a huge click, because it's not just that statement. He went into an elaborate explanation about the same. Now, actually, Swamiji explains in a very different way, because it's a much deeper layer of meaning, which people can understand only when you're complete with your existence. But at that point, with my violence and my anger, if he had supported, I'm sure I would have just walked out of the meditation program. This one thing shifted the whole perception. I was more into listening about what he has to say. Even in the ASP level, Swamiji explains about the Mooladhara Chakra and how the whole science. So from there, he took it to the next level. And then as I saw him, like what he is teaching, what Hinduism stands for, or what life is about, that was a huge opening for me, because he made my rebellious nature redundant. It is not that he took me away from that, because he himself has made the statement in my personal interactions with him as a sannyasi. I have personally expressed to him, Swamiji, I don't know, like, if I may lose you because I'm a rebel. He said that it's perfectly all right. You can be the rebel just the way you are. Because we have the advantage of a living avatar, living incarnation. I don't need to worry about whether I'm going wrong, because he's going to correct me. I am in his safe hands. That, I think, all those things revealed in layer after layer. But the delicateness with which he handled me as a being, leave alone a woman, was just, I'm just spellbound even when I recollect that. Because there was no...
Sorry to interrupt you here, but I think we have an echo issue. Okay. So while you are sharing, you're literally pouring your being out. A word for our dear viewers. Each of us is coming here and sharing life as it happened, right? Whether it is the persecution, the attacks, or our evolution to the next levels in our path of living enlightenment with the incarnation of Paramashiva, our beloved Swamiji. Whatever we're sharing now through these pre-satsang segments is life that happened as it is. Just simple, plain truths. What the viewers need to wake up is each one of us is from a different background, a different walk of life. You are a Intel engineer from the United States, and you saw Swamiji and jumped into the spiritual path to meet the purpose of your life, right? And in the event, you are realizing that your whole life is aligning to the actual purpose of your life. Whether call it material, call it spiritual. Actually, there are no two different things. Life is life, that's all. As a being, as you evolve, you align to the whole cosmos, and then your priorities change. And ultimately, all of us have to meet our purpose, whether it is through being an engineer or through being a lawyer or whatever it is, changes as we move along, right? But the alignment has to happen to the cosmic purpose for us, which can happen only through an incarnation, where he comes down as the guru. It cannot happen in any other way. That is the cosmic law and dharma. What the viewers need to understand, or rather listen more deeply through your sharing is, before you continue, you are from a walk of life from which millions of people out there are from, right? So for the people from those walks of life, when they listen to you, they should hear much more than what you're talking, actually, what you're sharing. They should understand the Swamiji as the incarnation of Paramashiva, what is the kind of impact he has had on you, how he has evolved your understanding and taken you to the next level of maturities in your own life, right? You may be now starting to share about the attacks you faced in the event, but what is the job that Paramashiva does on every being through the whole thing? That is the real takeaway for them. They need to click with that so that they will understand, here is the person who can make me meet the purpose of my life, whether it is worldly, whether it is spiritual, whatever it may be. Because he is going to mature me, he's going to mature my understandings, he's not going to impose anything on me. Today we have the false media mafia screaming that Swamiji is a brainwasher and he takes control over people's lives. He washes your brain and he gives you the actual control of your life so that you wake up and you start steering your life in the right direction. You actually take control of it. And he washes your brain and helps you take control of your life. That is what the media mafia today says, brainwashing, and he controls your life. So through your sharing, people have to understand these subtle, unsaid layers. They have to hold on to these subtle layers when they're listening to you. They should not listen to you as though it's a story of your life. It is the story of how their life can change. They may be wanting to continue as an Intel engineer, many of them. No worries. But if they listen to you with these layers, they will come to know that even that will get fulfilled through Swamiji. Only through that it will get fulfilled. Otherwise, their life will continue to remain a struggle. Today, Achalananda Swami, we have lived together for more than a decade, right? I can tell you, if you wanted to go back to a life as an Intel engineer, you will be one of the most brilliant engineers in your entire company. I can vouch for it because the evolution that has happened to you in the last 10 years, your ability to connect to the cosmic energy, to convert that cosmic intelligence, put it as a laser beam on the subject matter you want to develop on, let's say the Intel engineering, whatever you are doing, and your ability to manifest powers and literally you will wield the topic of whatever you were doing earlier, like the rishis, like our forefathers, where it will be a revelation and you will be telling your colleagues things there which is mind-blowing for them. What did our rishis do? They were engineers and scientists like never before, and they're going to be timeless in that. Today, scientists are groping with whatever our rishis only found out and gave, whether it is Intel or engineering or cosmos or astrology, astronomy, physics, science of aeroplanes, anything, right? So literally, you are on the way to becoming that. So if you go back to your Intel life now, if at all, if you wish to say, okay, I'm a sannyasi and I'm a rishi consultant for Intel, why not? It's going to happen soon, like the yesteryears, where the rishis were the enlightened rishis were the consultants because they radiated Paramashiva. They were consultants for the kings. They were consultants for everybody on planet Earth, right? So if ever you choose to be a consultant rishi for the Intel today, what you will be revealing to them and how you will be guiding them will just be so phenomenal. Sorry, I just wanted to intervene there and interfere there and say that so that the viewers start listening to your words much more deeply than not just as a story of your life or just as the attack that you withstood, survived over the decade. Please continue.
Thank you so much, Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, for that perspective. It definitely, each one, I can completely relate to what you're saying, because each one of my sister disciples and brother disciples' lives is the same story, where each one of them is a facet of Bhagavan's just brilliance, for lack of better words. The amount of intensity, compassion, and complete non-giving up, resilience raised to infinity is just, it just speaks volumes for what the purpose of our life should be. Like yesterday, Bhagavan was talking about collective integrity and explaining to us through various Puranic stories as well as his own experience, everything. That collective integrity is what he is an embodiment of, literally. And like Ma Sadashiv Priya was asking about how sannyas happen. I think in the sovereign order of Kailasa, getting initiated by Bhagavan is just something which it is a no-brainer, because it is the highest, the best, the most common sense thing to do, is what I would say in a nutshell. Because like you said, if I go back to Intel, definitely I can surpass any of the engineers over there, just because of the grace and the blessings and the power manifestation and the intelligence and everything, the expansion that Bhagavan has done in every one of us in such a massive way in all dimensions. But given this whole reality, then the best that I can do, the highest that I can achieve in any company, what do I want to do? I want to achieve the best. I want to scale up the ladder. The highest in the ladder is sannyas. Not only in the spiritual sense of it being the supreme tattva, as Paramashiva himself says, but it is also in a very simplistic sense, the highest and the best, because you can't imagine a life where you are completely free in the truest sense of the word, where you're free to expand. Like Swamiji explained yesterday, it is not about choices being freedom. It is about my ability to continuously expand. And that's exactly what Bhagavan gives every single moment. It is not even a day. It's moment to moment, experience to experience, opportunity to opportunity. Everything, whether it is a department, so-called department work, whether it was in publications or whether we're handling some other administration or legal or kitchen or whatever it may be, that every experience being tuned only to expanding to the next level and breaking the artificial barriers that we are having in the form of our patterns. So in the truest scientific way, he literally molds us. He's a perfect guide. Like if you are a researcher, you know how a guide should be, or your dream guide will be for getting your master's thesis or your PhD degree. He is just that. I mean, amongst other things, I wouldn't say he's only that, but he's what a dream guide can be, because he can exactly make happen. And the research in this field, in any like anybody who has done a thesis in the master's or doctorate will know that a lot of stress comes from, okay, you're traveling down this hypothesis. Now, after 2 years, 3 years, you may realize you are on the wrong path. The hypothesis was wrong. But in this case, in the case of this beautiful journey with Bhagavan as the spiritual guide, the one sure shot thing is you will never fail, because he's a perfect guide. He knows it all. He knows the end, and he knows exactly how to hold your hand or carry you in his hands and take you there till the end is reached.
And not only that, he also successfully transmits to each one of us that same experience. So we also know we will never fail. It is only up to us to wake up sooner rather than later and see the success.
Yes,
so
exactly.
The transmission is so successful. That is why we never have fear of life in its truest sense. We only feel, I mean, our struggles are very different, right? It is more like inner world struggles. We've moved away successfully from the gross world struggles, like real fear of life and fear of, gross greed, gross desires. We've moved so much away from all that thanks to Bhagavan. So it's our struggles are more in the subtle zones now. So you also know, and I also know, that we will never fail. That is what has given us the courage to survive the decades of persecution, if you see. Like Ma Punapriya asked me a question yesterday. So what was it that, made you survive? It is a successful transmission of the truths of Hindu Dharma by the incarnation Paramashiva, our beloved Guru, Swamiji. That is the only thing that made me survive, because when the truth has been successfully transmitted, then it holds you. So that is a single answer which we have to keep on repeating for the rest of our lives when people are going to ask us how we survived decades of persecution. There is no other answer to that, right?
Yes, Mom. And of course, we would like to see and hear from Ma Achla Swami and Ma Bhaktika Swami about the details of this attack. And of course, even in the previous segments, Ma Bhaktika Swami shared very deeply about how Swamiji was ultimately the pillar, the core that held all of the Hindu sannyasis through literally the last decade of attacks after attacks, which Ma Achla Swami, as your role also, you have personally dealt with in many cases. So we now can enter into, from the very beginning, about how this decade-long persecution has unfolded from the very beginning, from the very get-go. I'd like to request all the viewers now just to please take a few minutes. Let's share the link in the scroll down below. In this place, after a decade long of fight and persecution and defense, we have seen how, and at least in one place, we have gotten the reprieve, where the UN has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So please take a few minutes now and share this link with all of your friends, family. If you are a practicing Hindu, if you're a curious Hindu, or if you are just looking and watching this program for the first time, please take a few minutes, look and explore the link in the scroll down below, and share with all your family and friends. Now we'll be continuing into exactly what we wanted to present today: the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women of Kailasa, after a very quick break.
Paramashivoham.
We will make the whole planet can flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet can. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service, helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response, per life continuously.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the segment where we will hear from Manitya Achalananda Swami and Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami about the persecution that they underwent in 2012, where the Adinam was raided by anti-Hindu forces and the police, and how they attacked Manitya Achalananda Swami and Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami, and what all they went through, the ordeal that they went through during this time. So, Manitya Achalananda Swami, first up, I would actually like to start off with 2010, where the initial persecution began, and then we will move into 2012. So can you first share a little bit about what you personally saw and experienced during the 2010 persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism?
Yes, actually, 2010 was, needless to say, a shocker of an attack. To put it very tersely, as Bhagavan shared once, the whole attack in 2010 was absolutely unexpected, came as a shocker, because in a single sentence he expressed, I never harmed anyone, I never did any wrong to anyone, I never knew I had enemies. That captures it all, actually. For all of us, at some level, we'll have some personal enmity, some difference of opinion, something. Because of, we do have selfish interests, we have our personal interests. But in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, there was no such element. Because if you see his life, if you study his life, literally, even whether you are looking at it through the Nithyananda Pedia or in close quarters, literally living in his breathing space, it is one thing is very evident. There exists nothing called an individual I in him. He is just exactly as he declares, he's Paramashiva. There is nothing called an individual ego in him. So there's nothing called a private or a selfish interest. He has no enemies. He has no enemies in the sense of there is nothing that can provoke any being to attack him. So we also, in a smaller sense, were victims of the same. When the attack happened in 2010, one thing was very clear for all of us. In fact, to tell you frankly, when that fabricated video was released in this television channels and social media, I almost laughed at it. Said, what kind of a joke is this? Because the last thing, not even the last thing I can ever imagine, is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism having any human weaknesses, to say the least. The being who has mastery over not only his whole body and mind and everything, but who can explain and pass on that experience and transmit that experience to millions of followers worldwide, men, women, children, everybody. Are you kidding me? It's a joke to say that he has any human frailties as is depicted in that stupid fabricated video. So first, but where we as naive followers missed it was not just a defamatory video that was released. It was a very planned, multi-level, very sinister conspiracy to eliminate the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. We had no clue anybody can even think of taking away his life. The one being that exists on this planet who only does good. Why would you want to eliminate him from the planet? I mean, I must be worse than a demon, I would say, if I had any such desire. But that is where...
Swami, I think the Nithyananda television is experiencing... Yes, please continue.
I think that is where even today, it beats me to think why anybody would want to take away his life. But now, as the layers of persecution unfold, really how the anti-Hindu terrorist militants, whether it is the atheistic forces or the neo-Hindutva forces, how for them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the undeniable threat and probably the only threat. Seeing from their perspective and seeing that how we are studying today about the whole Hindu Holocaust, it is not just today, but for centuries, Hinduism has been undergoing this for the singular reason that it is too good to be true. And living avatars, incarnations, are literally the endangered species who keep this possibility and manifestation alive. So when one sees all this, we are even able to comprehend why such an attack would have even happened. But way back in 2010, we were a simple community of monks, nuns, a few families, children studying in the Gurukul. Yes, Bhagwan's family worldwide was enormous. He had already spread his mission to more than 33 countries way back then. Those were the red flags for these anti-Hindu terrorists. And like you're seeing in these visuals, literally they gunned for his life. I mean, you can't imagine in today's post-World War II world that something as ghastly and gory as this is not only committed, but is brazenly telecasted live on television. We were witness to this, and I think I have no words to say other than we're just frozen. We didn't even know what is to be done. Today, after over a decade, over a couple of decades, when we are seeing how other Hindu gurus are being attacked and how Hinduism is being attacked, and we are even able to relate to when right after this ghastly attack where literally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attempted to be burnt alive in his quarters, but you can see the television and the newspaper headlines flashing so cheaply that he still was not eliminated. He was not killed, but maybe he's a godman and he vanished into thin air, and you can see the police just watching the whole thing. All this was like not even movie material for us. It was just too shocking, too fast, and too ununderstandable, literally. After this, actually, when we had to address a press conference, for all of us, this was just a whole new world altogether. Addressing a press conference, we've not even seen anything close to that. And there we were, literally, I can remember that day when all of us, we were sannyasis and the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sitting up over there on a dais, and we wanted to address the massive character assassination that was being done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It was like unimaginable what kind of nonsense they were talking. And here we wanted to say this is utter crap. I mean, how can you even believe it? And here we are the ones who have lived with him for years. And there are so many of us. And we are not coming from some stupid, cheap background. I'm not coming from some brothel, and I'm not deriving some cheap pleasure. This is not a place of prostitution. Give me a break. Everybody like me was and is, all of us disciples who are around him. We were extremely accomplished people, to say the least, in terms of the outer world. We come from very respectable families. We are probably not even respectable is not even the only word I would say. Orthodox, traditional families. I can say for myself, I can say for Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami. We come from communities like Brahminical community, Nagaratar community, which are highly orthodox. And here we came here for contributing to humanity, and we have been doing that every single day. Our families, our Purashram parents are not going to be leaving us for even if they had 1.1% doubt about the sanctity of this place or the purpose of this place. And you can see here we had all of us, young youth, we were sannyasis, there were married couples, all of us staying over here to contribute every single moment, to run at the speed at which Bhagavan runs, for contributing to humanity, whether it's in the form of spiritual services or humanitarian services, or enlightening all of us with the higher truths, ultimate truths. And you can see elderly gentlemen, they were like our Purvashram parents, and here we were addressing this press conference, not only over here, but in outside. We went outside and addressed, and we are telling candidly, we are sharing our heart as to, and we are explaining logically how this whole defamatory video is just a piece of nonsense. And there we can clearly see it is not that they are not able to understand or they are not able to recognize what we are talking. It was a clear planned conspiracy on multiple levels, where the press just wants to hear us echoing what they want to speak, which is all kinds of hate propaganda, doubts, and allegations, false allegations against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They were all set.
Achula Swami, sorry to interrupt you. Only now, so many decades later, we are understanding, after having experienced so many persecutions, we are understanding that they don't come for an honest inquiry. We were so naive. We just didn't know. We thought we will go tell them the truth in a few minutes and they will back off, right? Now, if you think about it, it is, we know how naive and how innocent we were at that point in time. Their agenda was and is completely different. They have already come with a fixed agenda. So they feed their agenda into our mouths and try to pull out what they want. They're not at all interested in the truth. They know the truth better than you and me. And that is their whole issue. The whole problem is they know Swamiji can impact humanity like nothing else has till now. And that is a huge threat. If so many empowered individuals are created, the Satya Yuga will be back. And the years and years of building the system that we have today, the mundane socio-economical political forces will fall limp on its face. To protect that, Swamiji has to be destroyed. His mission has to be destroyed. We did not wake up to all this at that time. We thought all of us shared a common agenda. So we were putting all our efforts in repeating the truth. And we just couldn't understand why they could not consume it. But now we know. We would probably think 100 times before we go to a press conference because we know the agenda might be totally different. So really, while our efforts during that first press conference was, explain that what is being shown is a lie, and we were expecting them to consume it and, back off and share our lines with the public and, be a medium for us to reach the public. It was not at all that way. And we didn't know it at that time. So our agenda was different. Their agenda was different. Till date, the agendas are completely different. The people have to understand that.
Yes, ma'am. And how exactly did they twist your words and what you guys were sharing and the truth that you guys were sharing and to fit their agenda? Can you explain a little bit to the viewers exactly what all happened during that persecution, how the media contributed to that attack, and how the whole story got twisted to present their side of the story, to present the untruth, the lies, and the false claims that they were making? Can you share a little bit with the viewers about that, Ma?
Actually, I would say it extended across the whole spectrum. Right from, if we are saying something, they'll just ignore it because it is not in their interest to listen to that. They want only anything which is vilifying Swamiji, defaming Swamiji, slandering Swamiji, anything which we are saying, which is not doing that. If it is too plain, they just ignore. If it is if they can twist it and create a convenient controversy about it, they will catch that. And they're experts at that, this media mafia. Little did we know that things can be twisted so bluntly or so cunningly, both ways. So here we are saying, for example, they kept asking, okay, where does Swamiji live? Have you been with him? Does he live with y'all, or is he like living in separate room or a building or a where you can't see him? Little did we know that these are all questions meant to put in such a way that whatever answer you give, you'll be caught in a trap of lies.
Exactly. So if I tell them in all my innocence, yes, we live with Swamiji, they will put as headlines that Swami Nithyananda Sannyasi confesses that they live with him. And you know how it's going to land on the people, right? For us, yes, we live with Swamiji in the monastery. We mean it in that way. But the way they will present it is, they confess that they live with him in whichever sense, which sense it is. So exactly like how Amma Acharananda Swami is saying, the whole question is phrased so cunningly that whatever answer you give, they know how to present that. It was just...
especially with the female sannyasis, and especially with the women who've been in the Adinam for years, who have experienced the empowerment from Swamiji, but how they twisted that relationship to make it such a cheap and dirty and completely the opposite of what you guys truly experienced.
Actually, what I wanted to see, at least I honestly to tell you, I feel at least today I have a platform to voice all this out. But many, I would say thousands of my sister disciples way back then, thousands, I mean just in this Bidadi ashram, I'm not even talking about the lakhs of women disciples out there in the whole world who have lost, who have been made to lose their guru. I'm talking just in Bidadi, thousands I have seen with my own eyes. This very defamation, slander campaign, character assassination, vilification of Bhagavan, they were not able to withstand it, not because they did not have the moral fabric or the strength or the spiritual strength, but because if they continued over here, they were afraid they will cause more problems in that ongoing created crisis for Bhagavan, for the Sangha, and for their other sister disciples. They were made to leave not only the Adinam, but also give up their relationship with their guru as a guru-disciple relation. Nobody, any Hindu worth being called a Hindu can attest to the fact that the guru-disciple relation is the most sacred, the most precious. Guru Tattva, Paramashiva says, is the supreme amongst all the 24 Tattvas. So one can imagine the sanctity, the sacredness, the preciousness of the whole relation. But the way the media mafia just slaughtered it, to tell in legal parlance, if any other community, any other religion had been inflicted with this criminal torture, it would have landed in any country where basic religion is allowed to be professed, where there is a basic separation of so-called church and state, of religion and state. This would have been a criminal offense of the highest order, because you are not only interfering in my right to profess my religion, you are absolutely taking away that even the possibility of that from my life. And here there were thousands of us, especially women, followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who were denigrated not just in the media mafia, not only through tabloid articles, through the cheap tabloids like the Tamil tabloid Nakiran, but they were actually on the roads. They were literally abused emotionally, psychologically, physically. I know of my sister disciples whose saris were pulled. They come from, like I said, respectable families, traditional families. It's not a joke to be subjected to something like your dress being pulled in an attempt to disrobe you, just using this vilification and slander campaign and the character assassination as their justification.
Yes, Ma. And I really want to point this out and highlight this to the viewers that not only was it a slander campaign against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it was actually justification to attack the women, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and even the children within the Adinam, to justify what they were doing to us, how they were attacking us, how they were abusing us, and using that as a reason to continue their attacks, their persecution. This is a really important point that you made, Man. The violence that they committed against us, nobody was ready to even listen. Nobody was even ready to hear out what was truly happening, because they had labeled us as prostitutes or whatever it may be. No one thought that we deserved the rights that of basic human protection, of basic security, and basic human dignity. This is something that is really needs to be pointed out to the viewers, because many do not understand what all the women went through during this time and what all the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism went through this time. Many saw it just as a simple media attack, but what all details and what all happened, few are actually privy to this knowledge. So can you share a little bit about exactly what you went through that the March 3rd, 2010, what exactly happened and how you witnessed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's home being burned and what attack you faced during that time, Ma?
Actually, that one on the March 3rd, 2010, that day, that horrific day, literally like how Bhagavan explains multiple dimensions of existence, it was almost like that. It was in this very Vididi Adi Kailasa Adinam, multiple horrific crimes being committed in front of one's eyes, either which you are witnessing or which you are the victim of. On one hand, you had this unimaginable attempt to just burn alive in his very quarters. I was across the day, like literally as the Adinam burned and the subsequent crimes that happened, all of which, I don't know which to say is worse than the other, because there you had the quarters of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being burned, and he locked inside that with the male sannyasis, because that's where he used to live with his male monks. He always lived a simple lifestyle. There was no big palatial house that was his private quarters. His whole life is public. There can be no being on this planet who can boast of his 24 hours of life being in public, and most of it being even on video record, because he is in public, either taking meditation programs or giving healing or spiritual counseling or training his sannyasis, or literally like living with them, because only by experience, only by showing that lifestyle of sannyas, he can even transmit what the pride of sannyas should be. So there he was with he used to live with his male sannyasis in the quarters, which is just a simple building with a thatched roof. And there the anti-Hindu terrorist elements, literally we could see them throwing petrol bomb. We didn't even know what that is actually. When it landed and the roof caught fire, and we saw with our very eyes the militants actually rushing, locking the door to ensure that he is not able to come out, and we just froze dead on our tracks. It took us some time to even scamper and run around to see how to douse that flames, or how to open that door, somehow allow the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, allow Swamiji to even a way out to safety. None of this we could do, not only because we were just literally standing helpless, but we were actively opposed. Literally, we were physically pushed away from the hut, away from the quarters, and as the militants added more fuel literally to the fire, here there were the police watching, and they were holding us back. that no, don't go there. In your own, for your own safety was the cunning words used. And we're like, we don't care, honestly. For whom we have given our life, his life is in danger. I really want to reach out there. Physically being stopped from that. The police doing nothing for it. We're frantically trying to call the fire engine services. And the fire engine services don't come. We tried even private fire engine services. We tried whatever we could within, at that time, within our sphere of knowledge, which looking back was absolutely abysmally deficient. On the one hand, literally, we don't even know whether Swamiji is alive or he has been charred to death. His physical body has been charred to death. There's one group of us who's witnessing, running around, and there was almost at the same time or just following, especially the female monks, the sannyasis, because this whole, as you can see, the whole Adinam was just plundered. It was just broken into by these horrific terrorist elements, and they left no stone unturned even to molest the women, to abuse their chastity. One is as women, second is as women sannyasis. We have taken the vow of brahmacharya. We do not touch. We even have gone through the vows of months of not touching anything, anybody, any being other than Sachalamurti or Achalamurti, that is literally touching the feet of Bhagavan during the Pada Puja, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or the Achalamurti, the deity in the Garbha Mandir. That is the kind of sacred vows that we have lived. To even experience a touch of the same gender is literally the skin flinches. And there you had these anti-Hindu terrorist militants just physically abusing, molesting, raping the women and the female monks. I mean, it is literally, like I was saying, on different places across the Adinam, on the temple being defiled, the women being molested, the children being threatened. I know of a child who literally had this militant put a gun on her forehead, and till today she shivers at the very thought of it. She's still a part of our Sangha. She's grown into an adult now, but I'm sure that traumatic experience is just indelibly etched into her memory. And this, the worst of all, where we had to witness the living quarters of Bhagavan with him locked inside, being just burnt, and it being telecasted live on television so cheaply, shamelessly, brazenly.
Yes, ma'am. And so you are, on one side, you're watching the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's home being burned. You don't know whether he's even alive anymore. On the other side, you yourself are being attacked and watching your sister disciples being attacked. And then you don't even know where to go next, who to turn to next, how to get help in this situation. What exactly did you do? I know at this point, most of the females had to leave the Adinam because of how unsafe the situation was. And still with no sight of whether Swamiji is safe or not, whether he is okay or not. Literally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has had to seek refuge outside the Adinam because of the horrific attacks. What exactly did you go through at that point? How did you leave the Adinam, and where did you seek refuge during this time, Ma?
Actually, at that point, myself and Manatya Bhaktikananda Swami, both of us, we were one of the, at least physically, little more aged people amongst the female disciples and monks, sannyasis, nuns. Many of them were just, right out of school and just so enthusiastically taken sannyas. They were probably in their early 20s. And we were, at least, like, we had worked outside and had more of an experience in the outside world, so to say. So we actually were one of the last ones to leave the Adinam. And because we were told that if we stay in the Adinam, it will create problem for Swamiji. And we didn't know much more than that. Whole thing was too new for us. And we said the last thing we want is to create trouble for him, because they said women being in the ashram, they will put all kinds of further false allegations, and it will create a lot of trouble for him. So first we had the younger female nuns and female disciples leave the Adinam. Whatever money we had, we shared with just a little bit of hand cash, so that they can reach back to their homes safely, because we didn't have any other alternative. It was really, today also, it's a very big pain point in all of us that as sannyasis, this is our home. The feet of Bhagavan is where we want to live. This is what we have declared as our home. And his feet have always been unfailing in giving all that help and succor and support and love and compassion in every way. And here we were forced to ask the sannyasis and the nuns to literally give up that vow and have to go back to their Purvashram homes. But we were left with no alternative. And both of us also, we were one of the last ones to leave the Adinam. And actually, after we left the Adinam, we didn't have anywhere to go other than, like I said, the Purvashram home. And Mahanitya Bhaktikananda Swami was a resident of Chennai. We didn't even know how to reach there, and in this situation, how things were. So we went to my Purvashram home, and which is in Bangalore, and we stayed there for literally like 12 hours, like overnight. And the next morning, it's just both of us said, let's go out. And we were just walking down the streets of near my Purvashram home, and I can still remember we were walking under a walk bridge, and we'd gone to one place where there were not too many people, because literally we were very disturbed. And we were on one hand disturbed, on the other hand, both of us being publications department people, the only thing that was running in our minds was, we don't know if we will ever see Swamiji again in our lives, but there is no life without him or his mission. Swamiji had taught us way back then that suicide is not an alternative. Death cannot be taken by suicide. That is something we were very clear about, because as Bhagavan explains, it is not meant to be done. So there was life ahead of us till death happens. And then what do we do in that lifespan? And both of us felt the one thing that we really want to do is, if whether we are able to see him again in our lives or not, we want to preserve his teachings, because that is the most precious thing that he has endowed us with. Literally, he has left the publications, the books, the sacred books of his in our hands, and it's our responsibility to ensure that those teachings of his never die. So we were actually discussing, okay, how do we keep this publishing, keep his books alive, how to get his, so much he has spoken, which we had not even brought out. More probably 15% of what he has spoken only we had even brought out in the form of books. So we have a huge work ahead of us of bringing out all his teachings to humanity. And we were literally discussing that. I mean, it's paradoxical, because on the one hand, we don't know how we are going to get our next meal or what's going to happen to us in the next 24 hours. We're just sitting here homeless. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be going back to our Purvashram homes and running this vision of ours, trying to manifest this vision of ours. And this is running on the one hand, and on the other hand, literally a parallel track, where very tangibly the question that we both of us verbalized almost together was, that's true, we want to do all this, but we are two women, single, in a male-dominated world. Needless to say, even given our past experiences of being out in society, not in the safe haven of the Adinam, where everybody treats each other as brother, sister, disciples, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has immense love, care, and protection. No woman ever feels that she will be violated. Here I am in the outside world, on the streets, and the first thing that occurred to both of us, literally verbalized as, but what if we get molested, raped? And that was something that sent chills down our spine, because, like I said, both of us from, not just women, but women from very traditional conservative families. And this is one thing that, I always felt, okay, I can die, no big deal, even if I have to face premature death. But getting violated physically is something which I could never imagine. And it is just so starkly embedded in both our memories, actually, that literally as this thought occurred on the one hand, it came as, to say now in retrospect, like a download. That time Bhagavan had not explained what he explained further in the satsangs, where you remember a satsang where he says, you cannot be violated. That time he had not yet revealed that ultimate truth in those words, but it landed inside both of us as literally a download. And we verbalized, inside us, the verbalization that happened was, this body is his, it is surrendered at his feet. As a sannyasi, I have surrendered my I and mine, not only in the mental level, but in the physical level. I have no attachment or no association with this body, not as a Vedantic truth, but as an experience. The level to which, when he gave the sannyas initiation, the unclutching that he embedded inside this body, literally it came as, this body is his. Nobody can abuse it. Even if I, in the worst of my imaginations of being raped, gang rape, molested, anything happens, this body cannot be abused for the simple fact that it is his, it is at Paramashiva's feet. And the amount of energy and power that it unleashed inside both of us, after that, we never experienced this fear ever again in our lives. And literally 2012 attack is a testimony to that, because there I was in being live telecasted sexual assault on me. It did not even touch, because it was very clear in an experiential level what Bhagavan has given all of us, that immense strength, true strength of character. It is not a defiant statement or a flamboyant statement. It is a grounded statement which he has made as an experience in my life and in the lives of millions of women that I know personally.
Yes, ma'am. And it's very clear that is the reason, even despite going through this massive attack in 2010, you were able to come back with so much of clarity and reassurance that this was the right place for you and this is where you were going to live your life. And that is the reason you were able to come back, and despite all of these attacks, you were able to come back and continue living your life as a sannyasi. And would you like to share a little bit more about that, Ma?
I feel two things. Like I said, it's very ironical, paradoxical. On the one hand, how Bhagavan literally, even though his physical presence was not available to us at that time, how in his cosmic level, he just gave what we needed at that point in time, not for the sake of himself as usual, but for our sake, because we were so wanting on multiple levels for personal security, for upholding the vows of sannyas, which he had explained so beautifully and made it unto us as an experience. This is a life we want to live. And on all the levels, wherever we wanted to manifest our reality, he was there standing, saying, I stand by you. Literally his words echoing, I stand by whatever you decide. That strength of character that he infused inside us as a living entity. And on the other hand, if I look at it from the social perspective, just because Bhagavan has given the strength of that character to every woman who is a part of Kailasa, that does not undermine in any way the gravity of the heinous crimes that have been committed on us. Hinduism, Kailasa, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, all this can never be reconciled, can never be forgotten. The reason why Hindus are being made to go through this over and over again is exactly like how Bhagavan explained to us yesterday, revealed to us yesterday, how we should stand as leaders, where you forgive, but you don't forget. And because Hindu Holocaust is forgotten, that is why we are being made to go through this over and over again. We continue to go through. Yes, he has given us the strength to handle that, but that by no means justifies the continuous attacks and the persecution and the genocide and the ethnocide and the ghastly attacks, especially on we women as women of the indigenous minority community, the Adi Shaivite minority tradition. It is no way justified. It is high time humanity recognizes, international organizations recognize, human rights organizations recognize, women's rights organizations recognize this massive ongoing persecution, which is happening not only on the women of Kailasa, but also spearheading this whole effort to give back women's rights in its truest sense, in its ultimate sense, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Any other being, no matter how tall a leader you are, if I can say, if he or she had to go through whatever the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was made to go through, after all that, he could have easily said, let me distance myself from this section of people, because he knows, and we all know, the society hasn't changed. He still is going to receive the same brickbats in a more intensified manner. But he did not give up. He still not only stands by us indigenous women, monks, nuns, not only stands by us, he has intensified, he has declared with a lot more intensity and ferociousness his stand, his singular statement, I stand by you. I think that's what we really need to understand and appreciate over here. And all of us, whether we are the women of Kailasa inside the Adinams or outside, that is the testimony we all need to stand and shout out from the rooftops. This is who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is. And this is why we stand by him, because he stands by us in a billion trillion more times